identified with my fingerprint, and I got in there, I voted, and came out. It's not what it used to be, that there used to be so much fight, so much aggression. No, all of this is people who stand on the line, and they don't mind. They stand on the line, and they voted. They've created more units in my area. So from that unit, they took out some people. They used to be so crowded here and put in those new units. So it came out really good. And I'm happy that I've been able to come in here and vote.
So is the beaver, is he responding?
Yeah, it's responding. I didn't have any problem. As a matter of fact, I just put in there, and it took maybe, I've seen one lady that it took maybe like 60 seconds or so before finally she got it. But immediately I put mine, it went through. Maybe because they cleaned my fingers off or something.
But everything here is very peaceful. There's no
very, very peaceful. As you see, we don't have too many people, and there's nothing like, if people don't even bring drinks or anything. They have enough space to sit and wait. And a lot of people that have voted, I think they're just sitting down there to wait so that they'll do the count and see the result, and then they'll go back home. It's a very peaceful. If there's anything that we need to give Buhari credit, it's this. It will go down in history that it has changed the electoral process in Nigeria.
All right, sir. Hey, buddy. Go to the
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is St. Paul
Of the voting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you. And they've not found their names, and they have gone back. So this is the challenge we have here, that many persons, our list was not displayed for people to see. Beyond that, it's going well, and we are waiting. Wait so that they'll do the count and see the result, and then they'll go back home. It's a very peaceful. If there's anything that we need to give Buhari credit, it's this. It will go down in history that it has changed the electoral process in Nigeria.
All right, sir. Hey, buddy. Go to the and look at them. Look at. Hey, the man, What's the whole situation about this thing and how the voting is going, and then the beavers, how is it working here?
Well, I think I've been standing outside. I don't think the beavers has any issue. At least the agents who would have notified us. It's been peaceful here. This is a community, because we told ourselves that it is family and community first before party interest. So everything is running very smoothly. The only challenge we have here is the fact that, INEC did not display our voters register here when it was meant to be displayed. And so today many persons came here and realized that they are not in the list. So many persons have been very angry. They've run around about 2 closed units here, and they've not found their names, and they have gone back. So this is the challenge we have here, that many persons, our list was not displayed for people to see. Beyond that, it's going well, and we are waiting the result of the voting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is St. Paul Lutheran Primary School at Ikotibio in Eke local government area. As you can see, the election materials are in place, and the crowd are just maintaining themselves, coordinating. There is no problem. Everything is just going on well.
Is a regular.
have 2 lines. I know people are we get the shape there, stand behind the table. You were the one that did that. Hold on, our text is not accepting your card. You just hold on one side. Another card, please.
Okay, so we have the we are in the
Spectrum TV, broadening your horizon.
A bit challenging, but there is also a sheer determination on the part of the Commission to ensure that the elections hold and that they are free, fair, and credible. As Nigerians are aware, or most Nigerians I should say, this is the first time since 2011 that a general election has not been postponed after it was scheduled. It's part of the Commission's determination to ensure that we continue to do what is right. So we considered it auspicious to address the nation at this point, and we are going to continue to do so throughout the day intermittently until we formally open the collation center tomorrow. So far, so good, generally speaking. Voting is going on nationwide. The bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS, deployed nationwide for the first time, has been functioning optimally in most parts of the country. And we hear actually less and less of complaints about the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system than we hear about our other processes. So based on the reports that we have received from the various states of the Federation and our office in the Federal Capital, some challenges were identified, one of which is the inability of the Commission in a number of places to open the polling units at the appointed hour of 8:30 a.m. Some of the polling units opened late, but in line with our policy, any Nigerian who is on the queue will have the opportunity to vote, no matter how long it takes, until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes, no matter how long it takes. Some of the reasons why we couldn't open the polling units on time are, one, the perennial problem of logistics, in spite of our best effort. I think in 2023 we have conquered the challenge of getting election materials here and there, but generally speaking, we have delivered the hundreds of millions of ballot papers and result sheets that we are supposed to deliver for the election. But another contributory factor to the late opening of the polling units is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. For instance, we couldn't deploy early enough to Alawa in Shiroro local government area of Niger States. Bandits, not necessarily on INEC officials, but in the area. So on the advice of the security agencies, we tarried a while. But I'm happy to say that we were able to deploy to Alawa, and voting in that location is ongoing as we speak. Similarly, in Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 BVAS machines were lost in the process. But again, determined that election must continue, we were able to replace the stolen BVAS machines, reinforce security, and voting continued in that location. Similarly, in Safana local government area of Katsina State, thugs attacked one of our voting locations and snatched 6 BVAS machines. But again, we were able to recover and use the spare BVAS machines and reinforce security for voting to continue in that location. Happily, the security agencies have recovered 3 of the BVAS machines, but 3 are still held by the thugs. So in these locations, the target of attack was actually the BVAS machines. No longer our ballot papers or ballot boxes is the BVAS machines. But in the 2 instances, we were able to recover and continue with the process. But there are also other complaints we had from some political parties about the shortage of polling agents' tags, the identity tags. Nigerians may recall that for the first time, we designed a portal and encouraged all political parties, as required by law, to nominate their polling agents. They never interacted with INEC face-to-face. And we harvested over 1.5 million nominations from political parties for agents at polling units level, collation at ward level, local government level, and the states, and 27 collation agents for the national collation as nominated by the 18 political parties. And we printed those cards and delivered them in the main to the states, where they were collected by the state chairmen of political parties. But not all the parties nominated agents for all the polling units. So we did what we were supposed to do. And if there are issues, then definitely these issues will not be from the commission. But we also realized, and that is why we created the portal, that parties would like to issue agents their own tags bearing only the logos of the party and the word agent written across. In this case, anybody can claim to be the agent of any political party at any level, resulting in some instances commotion during collation, where two or more agents will claim to represent a political party. And that's why we created the portal where they uploaded the names of the agents and the description of why they are going to serve as agents, as well as their photographs. And these cards were laminated and delivered to the states. One of the parties drew my attention to a letter. They said in one of the states, they were given a letter by INEC in the absence of the accreditation tags. But our officials at the polling unit level did not recognize those agents because they were not bearing the INEC accredited cards. I requested that gentleman to share a copy of that letter with me. He shared a copy of that letter, and it was clearly issued by his party, not by INEC. And when I drew his attention to it, he immediately deleted the message. So this is the clarification on the issue of agents. And I would still like to advise political parties that as we go into the concluding phase of this election, particularly when we go, that only INEC accredited collation agents will be admitted into the collation centers. Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the commission will retain the top copies, the first two top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and one copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those 2 additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets, for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia state that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia State. We are also aware of the situation in Imo State. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Oguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu, is 6 wards out of 11. In the case of Okigwe, is 5 wards out of 11. And in the case of Oguta, is more widespread. I had a discussion with the Inspector General of Police this morning, as well as the military, and our officials have been escorted to all the 4 locations. I take it that voting would have commenced in some of these difficult places, but if it doesn't, then I want to assure voters in those locations that election will hold and they will not be disenfranchised. We are going to be making this briefing to Nigerians intermittent throughout the day. So we'll go and review the situation further. I hope in the next, what's the time now, Festus? Almost 1:30. Should we say 4:30? 4:30 will be here to provide Nigerians further updates. But this briefing is also supposed to be interactive. Yes, we may be journalists, but we are above all Nigerians. There are things you might have heard, things that we might have seen, reports that we might have read, that we would wish to draw our attention to. In our situation room, we have several platforms. That is what is called the INEC Citizens Contact Center, ICCC, where Nigerians using different platforms also relate with the commission, report situations, and we have been responding. But you'll understand that we are in the middle of an election. So if there are 1 or 2 questions or observations or suggestions, I would like to listen to them and respond to the questions before we go back to the situation room. Thank you very much.
Please, if you have any questions, quickly indicate.
Decide Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decide Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
A warm welcome back to the studios of Spectrum Television. It's Nigeria Decides 2023, a continuous coverage of the entire electioneering process at 774 local government areas across the country, which roughly constitute over 176,000 polling units, are all out to exercise their franchise to elect new leaders for the country. Albeit, pockets of incidences and reports in different polling units across the country have trickled in, which shows while elections have been going on seamlessly in some quarters, some areas have reported disruptive discrepancies with a lot of persons disenfranchised because of their inability to vote, owing to several factors that we'll do well to touch on. Just before we came on, we were listening to the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, addressing the nation at the Collation Center of INEC in Abuja. We'll come to all of this later. Of course, I'm still right here with Rachel David White and Janice Cobham, taking you through all of these issues, and we're getting your reactions equally in the due part of the show. We'll be going to Kodak Bene in a short while, but first off, from what we've seen so far, it's more or less the same situation. In some areas, voting is going on. In other areas, I mean, it's a far cry from the expectations of Nigerians that this election will likely be the best ever. I mean, the reports we're getting in are rather very, very disturbing, Janus.
Yeah, very disturbing reports, I must say, and it's quite pathetic to see that with all of the time that was given to INEC in preparation for this particular elections, and all of the funds, you know, that was set, that was sunk into, you know, doing the elections, the preparations of the elections. Now, INEC is coming up with all of these issues, and Nigerians are finding loopholes in some of the, a whole lot of loopholes concerning the elections. How can we explain the fact that some logos of political parties are not on the ballot papers? How do we even explain the fact that most of the
boxes have been snatched?
Yes, most of the beavers are not even available in these polling units. How can we even explain the over how many thousands of security agencies that have been deployed to different places in the country, you know, to make sure that we have a peaceful election? How can we then
we can't even find some in some units,
you know, where we are saying that beavers are being stolen, and even where we are hearing that some of these beavers have been recovered? Have there been quizzes on the people that it was recovered from to ascertain who actually sent them to, you know, snatch these beavers machines, and what was their purpose? How can we even explain the fact that in some polling units across the country, we are having people say that if you're not going to be voting for this particular political party, then you're not even supposed to come near here? It doesn't make sense at all. This is a moment that Nigerians waited for, sweat and blood, and I think that what this administration should owe Nigerians is to give us a fair playing ground to exercise our major civic responsibility.
Actually, it's something that is quite worrisome. Yeah, it's something that is very, very worrisome. I mean, we have a couple of videos from different polling units all across the country showing us evidences that truly these things are going on. How can we explain the fact that we had lots and lots of security agencies on ground, yet there are some polling units that do not have security agents on ground? How can we explain the fact that, oh, Mahmood Yakubu just spoke to us that, come on, parties sent their agents and then they harvested the agents and they had them, yet we can't even find them in polling units. How can we explain a whole lot of issues that, oh yeah, we talked about the issue of thuggery, but right now we are having thugs you know, attack people in polling units? So this election is simply not free and fair enough. Definitely for Nigerians.
I also like the fact that, you know, Mahmood Yakubu has been able to mention some of the places that callers, you know, came on before now.
Yeah, especially all right, Janice, we might have to pause there because it looks like we have Xavier Roberts on standby to join us from Ikodok Bene Senatorial District, precisely Akwa Ibom Northwest, to give us a report and feelers from what is happening. Hopefully, we're not going to get a strange report as the ones trickling in from across the country. We'll also be linking up with Barrister Imo Okban, is a campaign spokesperson of the All Progressives Congress here in Akwa Ibom State, in Ikono local government area precisely, where we've heard reports, though unconfirmed on our part, the two persons have been killed. We're still trying to ascertain the veracity of this report, and we'll bring you up to speed with this information as well. But Xavier Roberts will be joining us, and he does join us now. Xavier, once again, good afternoon to you. And if you can hear us, just inundate us quickly on the latest so far from across the areas that you have touched in the district.
Good afternoon, Xavier.
Well, today, so far in Ikotekpene, I would like to say the atmosphere is calm. That is reporting from the perspective of most of the voters here whom we have interacted with. Although we also have reports from some voters that in Ikono, I beg your pardon, there were reports of some skirmishes that some hoodlums perpetrated some violence there, but they are still trying to find out how they can bring the situation under control and possibly get more security agents there to try and restore calm. But so far, apart from the reports we're getting from Ikono, every other location we've visited so far have recorded some level of calm. Although some reports do have it that some key persons vying for one electoral position or the other, it kind of violated the rule, the standing order by INEC that security personnel should not be allowed to the polling units, which could engender some form of voter intimidation. But I feel, according to the voters who interacted with us, some of the political office seekers did not really adhere to that directive by the INEC. But moving away from that, here at Ukana West Ward 2, Unit 9, that is the polling unit of Senator Godswill Obodo Fabio, we can report that he cast his vote, and he also had an interaction with us and commended the INEC for their role in terms of ensuring that there's a hitch-free election in Akwa Ibom State. He also commended the Divas and said that it has, brought about a new era in electioneering in Nigeria. Using his word, he called it the cashless election. That's what he calls it. And then back at the polling unit of Noidem, who is also vying for the same seat, which is the senatorial seat in Ikotekpene, he also commended the process and hoped that at the end of the day, the results that will be announced will be a reflection of the will of the people. So that's basically what we can report from here. We also had interactions with international observers here, and they frankly commended the process. We spoke with Pan-African. They said that the Beavers is quite impressive. Some voters also had good things to say about the Beavers. According to them, their accreditation process was quite smooth and it was seamless, such that it allowed voters to quickly get accredited and move on to vote. Thereby, they believe that the election results will be announced as soon as possible, because voting is currently ongoing. If you can see from where you are right now, you see that people are still on their lines, filing ahead to get to vote. So while we are still here, we'll keep monitoring proceedings here, and we will feed you with whatever we come across.
Yes, so Xavier, I'd like to ask as well, you just told us, according to the guiding regulations of this election, security operatives are not expected to go close to, the polling booths. But from the footages that we've seen, especially from where you are in Ukana local government area, the polling units of Senator Godswill Akpabio, from that footage, I could see a security detail attached to the former governor directly pushing in a ballot paper into the box. And this goes against the directive that no voter should be assisted to exercise his or a franchise. Why has this particular discrepancy not hit the roof in terms of reportage? Is it because of the personality of the person in question?
Well, I wouldn't say it's because of the personality in question, but may I ask, where exactly did you see the footage? Where? Right behind me?
Yeah, just right behind you, when Senator Godswill Akpabio casted his vote. When he casted his vote.
Okay, when he did, not
when
now.
When he cast his vote, yeah, not immediately, not at the moment. When he cast his vote.
Okay. Well, if that happens, that's why when I started, I observed that there were records of some security personnel lingering around the polling units, which was naturally not supposed to be so. According, if we're following the laid down INEC guidelines, but then you know how it is in Nigeria and our election process. Usually we're going to get to see some disobedience to lay down rules, but we just hope that it wouldn't go overboard. It wouldn't lead to a situation where the voters are intimidated. But so far, we've not seen that situation here. I feel that looking around, we don't really have security personnel around here trying to sort of influence whatever is happening around here. And it is only away from here. I could see a van far away from the primary school or the secondary school here, where we have the road safety. They are parked far away from here. We also have a Hilux vehicle belonging to another security agency far away from here. But apart from that, apart from those couple of instances that I pointed out, I feel the security situation is under control.
Okay, very quickly, Xavier, we've had reports from different states across the country of the fact that some voters cannot find their names on the registration list in that polling or in their polling unit right now. I don't know if that's the same issue or you're having the same crisis where you are right now. And also, maybe you could also confirm to us in that particular polling unit you are, if they are also having issues of some political party logos not on the ballot papers.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Janice, for bringing that up, because I just got a feeler from somewhere in Uyo, Ikorokuidio. I understand that there's no party logo. There's a particular party that is supposed to be on the ballot, but their logo is not there. I think for the House of Representatives or thereabouts. But this is not supposed to be so. I also had a feeler from a separate part of the country, that's Lagos, where a report had it that a particular logo was also missing on the ballot. And I really hope that we could have an INEC official who could help us clear the reason why this should be. And then there was also another report as to voters not being able to locate their polling units.
Exactly.
Yes, they usually that's the way they vote, according to the antecedents of the elections that they've had. They confirmed that that was their polling unit, but when they searched through the list they had on the wall, their names were not reflected there. We tried to confirm from one of the presiding officers in that polling unit why that had to be. And he was of the opinion that another polling unit was created, and the affected voters are supposed to go to the new polling unit to confirm that their names, whether their names are reflected there. He gave the range to be from K. If your surname starts from K all the way down, you're supposed to go to the new polling unit that was created to confirm if your name is there. So I feel some of these discrepancies are probably because proper information was not circulated to the voters early enough so that they could be guided in terms of their actions.
Okay, I think that will be it from Xavier Roberts. Thank you so much for joining us here on the studios. But we also hope that you get to, call in back again to give us more information from the area that you're covering.
Of course. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Serious concerns coming from, that particular polling unit in Ikotik, but I think we're now precisely now. Ukana. Right, okay. So he's of the opinion that, the elections are going free and fair and more like it's seamless. Let's not also forget that we will have situations like this, where the elections will go seamless. But what will determine the credibility of this election, the 2023 general elections, at the end of the day, is how many polling units will come up with situations of discrepancies.
Oh, that's right. It's also important to note that Xavier did confirm the incident we mentioned in Ikona local government area where two persons are said to be feared dead, but that's still pending a full-scale investigation of security operatives. Let's now dwell on the aftermath of the comments we had from Professor Mahmood Yakubu a short while ago, and he had so much to say, which more or less were addressing the concerns and the reports we heard from across the country early this morning and just before midday. Let's start with the issues around irregularities of the lack of the names of some political parties being captured on the results sheets, but their logos were on the ballot papers. His response doesn't suffice for me when he said it takes a lot of time. The time used to produce the ballot papers are different from the exact amount of time used to produce the result sheet.
I won't let you land. That's their job. Now, that's their job. All right, let's just go through this video, okay, so we'll know what to say.
Yes, these are footages showing Senator Godswill Akpabio, former governor of Akwa Ibom State and former senator of Akwa Ibom Northwest, casting his vote with reference to the comments we made about whether security agents should be allowed to the polling unit. He's received some assistance. There's a security official touching a ballot paper and pushing it right inside the box. I mean, come on.
Which is not supposed to be so.
It's not supposed to be so.
But again, you would see that Pabio was the one that actually put his ballot paper into the box, but not properly pushed in. And that's where you find the security agents helping to push it in.
But should the security agents be there?
That's another question, because according to the IGP, they are not even supposed to be around there.
That's right.
And again, it was said that oddlies from VIPs and politicians have been taken away. So why do we still have the former governor of Akwa Ibom State and the senator have his oddlies around him? Big questions.
Very big question indeed, and we're hoping more answers will be provided, of course, as the days goes by.
Let's go back to talking about the issue of the amount of time being put in producing the ballot papers and, of course, the result sheets. Now, INEC is being saddled with the responsibility of doing this job.
Yeah.
Now, this is what we know you for. So, what is that's not an excuse. If you ask me, it's not an excuse. It's not enough excuse to give. Of course, you came out with your words. We are going to have, we are ready. Yeah, we kept on asking, how prepared is INEC? So, at a point, people said, give them a benefit of doubt. Let's have a reason to hold them and say, hey, you said you were ready, but what's happening? So we now have a reason to ask, what is happening? Now, we have several reports from different places. The INEC boss has also mentioned some. So it's not like these things aren't happening. They are happening. And then we also had, even the police IGP, Osman Alkali Baba, saying, come on, we have enough security agents on ground and we've released them to all parts of the country to make sure we have a free, fair and credible elections. So why do we still have the issue of snatching of ballot boxes, snatching of beavers, something that we thought we had gone way past? We never should have experienced such issues again because we have our hands on deck this time.
I'm more particular about Mahmood Yakubu's choice of words around the beavers. He said they were lost and not necessarily snatched, which means they probably did not even arrive the polling units to allow for accreditation.
If they were lost, how come we have two recovered?
Yeah, that's another thing. I said his choice of words. He later said they were replaced, meaning it's not the ones that were lost that have been found or that were used for the process.
So what happens to the votes?
So what we should first start by saying, what happened to the lost beavers.
And
how did they
get missing in the
That's
first place?
That's right. To a point that we would say some of them were replaced. 2 were reported in Oshun. In Kaduna, 5 beavers were lost, and they said they were okay. The case of Kaduna, they were recovered, but he hasn't told us how they were recovered. Stolen. That's right. That's for
so
Kaduna.
They were recovered. Why didn't we quiz, like Janet said? Why didn't we try to find out? Oh, they were recovered. We need footages of how we recovered it. Now let's get to see the guys that took it away, and let's get to question them. Where did you take it away to? Who asked you to? Because come on, someone can just sit back in his house and decide to sponsor or snatch papers without having anything to do with the election. It's not possible. So let's get to question them. What happened? Were you sent? Were you paid to do so?
Well, INEC hasn't given us clarification as far as that is concerned, and we're hoping they would do so, because we can't just take the excuse that these items were actually lost and then immediately recovered. And in his words, voting has continued seamlessly, because imagine the number of time it took to replace those beavers, and perhaps, who knows, a good number of persons who had waited for hours maybe without voting must have left the scene. Just as the report,
so we lost some votes.
That some persons have gone home, including here in Akwa Ibom State. We've seen footages from a back local government area where it was said some thugs came in and carted away the ballot papers or the ballot boxes even before voting took place, which led some persons to just go home because they felt the entire process has been truncated. Before this election, INEC, we've talked about INEC being asked about the preparedness level for this polls, and they said everything was fine. We had expected the biggest concern to come from logistical areas. For instance, they had complained about the hike in fuel prices being a possible hindrance in terms of moving election materials and other stuff on election day. And then the NNPCL came out to say there's no worry, we have good storage of petrol for INEC staff on that day.
Because we were so worried about the movement of the materials.
And the cash scarcity as well. They had said there were some things that would need fiscal cash to procure on election day.
That was
the
also
CBN
provided.
Said there's no problem. On Tuesday, they had a
CBN
meeting,
got them
and
covered.
INEC confirmed to us that the different state offices have started accessing the cash from the CBN. So which means issues around logistics should not even come into question.
Not at all.
So why are we having these discrepancies recorded from across the country?
Well, I think that for the longest of time, a lot of Nigerians have not really believed in the electoral umpire, which is the Independent National Electoral Commission.
So we lost that trust again.
And I was also thinking, Rachel, that, the 2023 elections, with all of the fever, with all of the, funds that have been sunk into preparations, that INEC was going to give us a good run for our time. But that seems to be disappointing at this moment, coming from all of the feeds that we are getting from across the nation in terms of delayed beavers machines, in terms of even some polling units voters coming out in their numbers and INEC officials not being found there. We had the person who called, I think from Imo State or Okigwe, yes, Okigwe now precisely, who said that INEC officials were not seen. We also had Rachel give us information from UPE in Port Harcourt, Borokiri now.
I still have another issue recently in Warri, actually.
INEC officials
no INEC
were not
officials
there. So what is the major problem now? Why are we having a situation where INEC is having issues in terms of deploying officials and materials and everything that we need to get the elections running into those polling units on time? Let's also remember that the movement of essential or sensitive materials has started like 4 days before even today, which is the general elections.
All right, we're just getting footages again. Nigerians chanting solidarity songs at polling centers while, of course, voting is taking place. We just listened to the voice notes from one of our correspondents inundating us about the veracity of the clips that we've just get. And when we come back, we'll touch more on that. Footages from Lagos State, Ikorodu precisely, with voters chanting in solidarity that they want and wish to cast their votes. Apparently, the discrepancies we've highlighted in the course of the broadcast today, which reports trickling in, suggest that many areas have reported no voting, either because INEC staff and materials did not arrive on time or did not arrive at all. And cases of ballot boxes being snatched, the malfunctioning of the beavers, as well as incidents of thuggery reported in most of those areas. Lagos State precisely, there was a footage, of course, which we'll try to bring to you as well later on, which showed clips of some party agents threatening people to vote for the All Progressives Congress APC. It's a rather disturbing footage, you know, when you threatening people to vote against their consciences. And you know, it takes us back to the comment by President Buhari that no one will be allowed to mobilize resources or thugs to truncate the electoral process. And after the meeting with the 18 presidential candidates, equally in the meeting with the APC Progressives, he said anyone who attempted to snatch a ballot box was doing so at the risk of his or her own life, because he had ordered security agents to open fire on those who would attempt to snatch
but we haven't
the ballot
seen
boxes.
This. Now we haven't seen this. We haven't had those footages. Now we have people on ground. We have security agents on ground who are supposed to watch the ballot boxes. Now I feel that ballot boxes should be guarded jealously in such a way that you will be too afraid to walk close to it.
But here's another fix now. If INEC had said security operatives or agents are not allowed to gain access to the ballot boxes or close to the polling booths where the boxes are located, but it means we equally have them somewhere around the polling units just to guard against persons snatching these boxes. So maybe not holding fort for them. It will be difficult in that scenario for them to easily, prevent anyone from attempting to snatch the boxes.
But, Raymond,
but there's a directive on ground that they should deter anyone by opening fire on them.
So what happens, someone gets in, imagine, snatches a box and then cuts away with it. And then we have security agents present in that place. Come on, I don't
the debate is still out there whether or not such a directive from the presidency
has been given, because I think that is still that's still vile.
It has been. It was given. We heard Mr. President himself say so, but I think the question should be whether it was a right call or not. Because we're talking about elections here, and the possibility of a loss of life. In the event that someone tries to cut away with the box forcefully, what the security operatives do in such a situation? Yes, there should be an engagement in trying to retrieve the boxes from the thugs, but
definitely not to open fire.
Well, we also had a report from Uyai Onyeka, one of us, saying Nodo Itak Town Hall, as of 12 noon, there was no INEC official presence.
That's worrying as well. But let's also turn our attentions now to other
let's talk about the issue of thuggery, okay? Where we find in some polling units where some persons are actually threatening some persons. Hey, if you're not voting for this party, then you have to go home. Nobody sent you here. So what do we have? I mean, we've addressed these issues over and over and over again. Let's take a look at this video.
Definitely.
If I see you vote house, if you don't vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. If you don't vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. If you don't vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call Luca. If I see you vote another party, go ahead and house. If You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax. If you no fit vote APC.
Yes, images and footages from a polling unit in Lagos. We could see a purported party agent of the APC threatening people not to vote for any other party because, in his own words, that particular unit belongs to the APC.
Now, Raymond, let me even say this: before a particular, agent of any political party will come out outrightly like that and boldly like that, speak to the people, that means that the people themselves have been compromised.
Yeah.
Okay, they've been compromised, and that brings us to even the issue of vote buying. That means the conscience of all of the people that have come out in that polling units have been bought.
Yeah, and not just that, you can see a uniform officer on that video. So you could cite a uniform officer. So it doesn't mean it's not just the people that have been compromised. It simply means that even the security officials have been compromised, and even INEC officials as well.
So
I would say
it now brings us to the whole idea of redesigning of the Naira policy. The initial idea or the objective of the governor of Central Bank and even the president
to curb vote buying and thuggery.
So where has that left us now? Does it mean that, the objective has been forfeited, or it just shows that our politicians will always have their way at the end of the day?
It's quite worrying indeed, and these are questions we hope INEC would provide answers to. And it equally takes us to the matter of whether irregularities would be enough to cancel elections in this unit, because we're all witnessing this pockets of incidences, and INEC had said, and by virtue of the provisions of the Electoral Act, should these discrepancies arise, the elections here should be cancelled. But I equally have fears about the unavailability of polling agents, or rather party agents of other political parties, such as the units we just got that footage from. If you had other party agents there to report this incident, then it means outrightly the results at that polling unit should be cancelled altogether. So it's really disturbing if we have this footage, or rather these incidents, allowed to scale through without anyone actually doing anything about it. All right, let's turn our sights now to other issues that Mr. Mahmood Yakubu addressed.
But before we do that, Raymond, I think I will just head up straight to Owerri, where we have a footage showing security personnel shooting sporadically and trying to scare voters from actually exercising their franchise.
Us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They are shooting gun. No, we came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere. They are chasing people. They don't want us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to vote. Oh, they don't want us to vote. Just look at it. They are shooting gun. No, we came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere. They are chasing people. They don't want us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to vote. Oh, they don't want us to vote. Just look at it. Just look at it. They are shooting gun. No, we came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere.
Okay, back now. The footage we had there showed images from Owerri, the Imo State capital, which suggests sporadic shooting by security operatives.
And we could even see INEC ad hoc staff
actually exercising their franchise.
But again, we cannot, say that it is security personnel.
Who are shooting.
Yeah, who are shooting.
But
we
also
didn't see them in that footage. So it could be that it's just an alleged, allegation, from the people that are running that these are security operatives as well.
Now, we also have issue from Agbola or Bishaya Junction in Lagos, where gunshots everywhere, people are running helter-skelter, and INEC officials, paperwork's destroyed.
I don't know. It's quite disheartening.
Worrisome.
Yes, it's quite disheartening at this point.
If we're having this incident from some part of, if anything by this report is to go by, that indeed security operatives were culpable in this shooting, why from a particular sect of the country? This is the Southeast. It has been a hotbed in the build-up to this election because more than any other region and state, Imo State has recorded the highest number of attacks on INEC facilities and installations leading up to this election. About 5 cases of attacks on INEC facilities. And now we equally heard about the issue of cancellation of some polling units. A bulk of them were from the southeastern parts of the country. And now, in spite of all the discrepancies we've heard and irregularities in some voting centers, we haven't seen cases of sporadic shooting allegedly by security operatives, so much so that voters will begin to scamper for their safety and automatically disenfranchising a good number of persons. But in the southeast, the story is massively different. It will raise the question that a lot of these incidences were perhaps pre-orchestrated to frustrate voters in certain regions, just so most of them could be disenfranchised.
And from certain parties.
And from certain political parties as well.
Now that's quite worrying.
And just to reiterate that, you know, the Inspector General of Police had said that a number of 425,106 security personnel were going to be, distributed across the country. So would we now say that, you know, from all of those numbers, it's not enough, you know, to make sure that we have a peaceful elections in the country? Would we say that you know, the security personnel that are being deployed to other, other parts of the country is not enough to give us a peaceful elections, Rachel?
All right, let's just listen to Maradona and Blessing when we come back with Deliberate and Iqbal.
Yes, we'll have Isaac, our reporter, on standby, as well as Blessing Dixon. But let's start off with Isaac, who joins us live virtually. Good afternoon to you, Isaac. Can you just give us feelers, first off, how are proceedings going on at your current location?
Rachel, hi Janice. Well, I'm right here at Ibesikbo Asutan, Ward 1, Unit 07, and the elections are gradually wrapping up as we speak to you. And the process was quite smooth. And of course, well, I have somebody here who talked to us. He was a voter, and he came since the morning, went through the process, and has also voted. Yes, so.
Hi, good afternoon.
Your name, sir?
My name is Ebel Okon.
Right, so Ebel Okon, take us through the process. First of all, have you voted?
Yeah, I have.
Right, so how was the process holistically?
Yeah, the process was peaceful, and the beavers was very okay. We didn't have any issues of beavers from the network. The accreditation was okay. It didn't take much time, and the people here were very calm. Especially, the only problem we had was when the some persons didn't know that their polling unit were here, and we had to check through the internet to know where their polling unit were. So the process here was very peaceful and calm.
Yeah, take us through any difficulties that you faced, if there were any, in the course of voting.
No difficulties per se, because the beavers, like I said, was very okay, and the names were pasted on the wall. And so when you check your name and you didn't see your name, you have to locate the nearest polling unit close to you. So there was no difficulties as well. As you can see, the environment is very calm.
Okay, so I think we're having network issues there. Back to you, Raymond. We're still talking about the security issues and the fact that we've had different places, across the country where we have allegedly reports that, the security are part of those.
The officials, I say, they are doing their job according to what I say.
Let's rejoin
so we are very pleased with what I'm very pleased with what I'm saying.
All right, so Raymond, there you have it. Ibesikbo Asutan, Ward 1, Unit 07, elections wrapping up right now, and I think from here they'll begin collation. But that's the story from here, and things are getting interesting. Over to you guys.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Isaac. We'll get back to you, Felicia. We have more developing reports. It looks like in the Kwabam state, elections are peaceful, but it takes nothing away from some irregularities, of course, reported in some places. Because if you have reports of people carting away with ballot boxes, as we hope to get from Blessing when we go to back, and some areas where it seems voting were concluded as quickly as possible because of the low turnout. Now that's another area because in the lead up to the polls, everyone was quite optimistic we're going to go out to vote in large numbers. But issues around voter apathy have reared their ugly heads again.
Suddenly.
And it looks like most persons prefer to take the back seat and just enjoy the process of what they're seeing.
Yeah, voter apathy has always been one issue that we get to deal with often and often during our political transition process. And like you said, we were hoping that with all of the turnout during PVC registrations and all of that and serial registrations, we were going to also see a whole lot of people, you know, turn out for these elections. But then again, you find people also having those fears of what's the election going to look like. Let's not also forget that as a build-up to the 2023 elections, we've had a different narrative from the political settings, you know, in recent times, where you have a lot more political parties joining the race. So it's not a normal, it's away from the norm of coming to choose between the ruling party and the main opposition party. But we have a third force, we even have a fourth force, you know, as a build-up to the election.
I think we should join Blessing then.
Okay,
we'll
let's
talk
join
more.
Blessing then.
All right, let's head to our back where correspondent Blessing Dixon is on standby. Good afternoon to you, Blessing.
Good afternoon, Blessing.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right, Blessing, first off, just confirm to us your current location and give us feelers on what's going on around there.
All right, generally, I'm at Abak Urban Ward 3, Unit 1 at Ikode Village Square. And as you can see, voting is ongoing. And yeah, we have a great turnout here. It was a bit crowded at first, but then we had the security operatives, you know, the assistant presiding officer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
But he's all right. So the assistant presiding officer will give you more on that. Let me just step up and
Okay, we'll just try to get back those footages because of discrepancies with our service providers, but it looks like we have a better picture now. Welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
All right. Talk to us. Tell us about things happening at your unit. Just give us some information about the electioneering process in your unit.
How is the go on again? The question again.
All right. Just give us some information about the electioneering process at your unit.
Okay. Okay. The election process is very okay. The center people are cooperating. Everything is in order, and the election is successful. No issues at all.
No issues at all. So are you quite satisfied with the level of voter turnouts at your unit?
Yes, I am satisfied by the level of turnout. Everybody is eager to vote, and they are ready to do that. They are going through the actual process, and that has been successful.
So by your projections, do you expect the entire exercise to be concluded in the next 14 minutes, going by INEC's timetable that voting would close at 2:30 p.m.? With the number of persons I've seen behind you, are you expecting to wrap up this process as quickly as possible? All right, still some concerns with...
Yes, we are hoping.
Okay, Blessing, we might have to get back to you because the messages here are quite distorting. So viewers watching at home would not be misguided with what they're hearing. But from what we've deduced from his comments, everything, the process has gone on seamlessly and as smoothly as possible. But Blessing, we still have you on standby. I'd just like to ask, since you're in a back local government area, we've equally heard reports about the cutting away of ballot boxes in some area. I'd like to know, are you abreast, have you been kept abreast with this information? Can you confirm to us that you've heard any reports of such nature, that ballot boxes were carted away? may have lost connection, but we'd like to head back to her back later on, because we have to confirm that particular information that a ballot boxes were snatched in I think Midham area of Abak precisely. But there were some issues we needed to touch on, and we need to do so, and that's focusing on the gladiators in this election, because it's really about them. The reasons people are going out to cast their vote is because of the choices that they have made. We talked about President Buhari's votes, and footages emerging all over the media space seems to suggest that his votes could likely be voided because it didn't meet up with the requirements of INEC in the course of casting your votes. Is it even possible that that would happen?
Well, Raymond, at this point, I would say
you don't have the name of voters displayed on a ballot paper, so it's hard to tell who would know if that's President Buhari's vote. But that vote
we came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere.
You know, another thing is that we can't decide. You know, it's kind of blur, so you can't really get it if it's in between the lines or on the line, which we know already that if it's on the line or in between the two boxes, that's a void vote. But let's just wait until INEC says otherwise, until, you know, the footage is clear enough for us to decide. But it's worrisome, actually. You know, we raised a concern. Is the president even supposed to do this in the first place? Okay. Is he supposed to raise his paper to show someone, okay, this is who I voted for?
It's quite blurry from the footage, yeah. But if we could take a closer look, it seems the president's thumb printing there may have actually crossed
the line,
a line going on to the next party that you have just behind the APC's logo. The first question we should even ask is, Mr. President's action there, was it deliberate or a mistake? Because we would have thought Mr. President of all people would have been schooled about the electioneering process, how to cast your ballot, either with your index finger or the thumb. So either of which can comfortably fit into the space provided on the ballot. I was just going through social media, and some conspiracy theories already building that it was a deliberate act, maybe, by Mr. President. Again, back to that debate we had about his body language, whether he is truly supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because that looks like, by all virtue and standing of the Electoral Act, a voided vote.
Well, like I said, let's wait for INEC to decide. Meanwhile,
the vote is void or not.
Of course, they're not going to come tell us. They're not going to tell us, because
that's true. Because if you go to the streets of social media right now, and especially on Twitter, you see that yes, there's the whole brouhaha of whether the president actually wants Bola Ahmed Tinubu to become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let's not shy away from the fact that it has caused a lot of controversies in the past couple of weeks and months, as to someone like the Kano State governor now, El-Rufai, coming out to say that, is it Kano State or Kaduna State now, precisely, that is coming out to say, look, there are elements in the, in the presidency that do not want Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Well, that fight has been on for a long time, actually. Well, let me just quickly take this coming from one of our reporters, Uyai Aniakan. She says she just confirmed that members of a particular polling unit have been disenfranchised by the system. As we speak, this is, okay, she sends it about 8 minutes past 2, and still there was no sight of INEC officials or the materials. So, at that point, what would you say? That was the accredited center, and then people are voting. That's their polling unit. They're supposed to go there to vote, and people have turned out, yet no materials, no INEC officials or party agents. Now, when this happens, it pops up a question: what happened?
Yeah, big questions there. It also still brings us back to, the preparation of INEC that we've been talking about all of this while.
Could it be they run out of material or something?
Why would they run out of material when they're supposed to even make surplus materials in to avoid such circumstances where you say that, oh, there are no materials for people to
Or even if they don't make surplus materials, Janice, they have data of accredited number of voters, okay, who may likely turn out to vote. They have the ones that haven't collected their PVCs. Now, even if you want to shut 10% out of the numbers that have collected their PVCs, you're hoping for them to come out and vote. It would still be enough to cover enough people, and we shouldn't have the shortages because, as we say, you were prepared to vote.
That's quite interesting, though. And interestingly, from the reports we got from WII a short while ago, no INEC presence as of midday at Nungudu Itak Town Hall. It's interestingly in the Ikono local government area where we equally heard 2 persons feared dead, still trying to verify the authenticity of that report. You're still seeing footages, by the way, of President Buhari casting his vote in company of his wife and First Lady Mrs. Aisha Buhari, both, by the way, displaying again their ballot papers right after voting for their respective candidates. Again, we still need to reiterate, while it seemed from that footage that Mr. President's vote may be voided if it doesn't meet up with the regulations guiding the electoral process, we can't tell for a fact which out of the 3 ballots that mistake took place, because we have elections in the presidency, we have elections for the Senate, we also have elections for the House of Representatives. So we can't say which of those ballots were likely gonna have to be voided, so to say, if it's true that his thumbprinting did cross a particular line. So we may have to play down on speculations anyway.
Exactly.
But all we can say is that if it indeed is voided, it's going to be voided without INEC having to tell us anything, because right after voting, counting is expected to take place and the result uploaded immediately to INEC server. So we can't come out and say, here is President Buhari's paper, it's voided. No, we're not going to have all of that. But those are the clarifications we needed anyway. Don't forget, the window is still open for you to join this conversation by reaching out to us via our studio lines as displayed on the screen. And don't forget, you can go to all of our social media platforms, join the conversation as well, and fill us with reports and footages from your respective units, especially areas where you feel or suspect that electoral discrepancies and irregularities may have been recorded. We'll do our best to follow up on that and equally brief the public on this development. Janice.
Yes, talking about you know, responding to irregularities in your different centers and states and polling units. I think we have Victor Anilaju, who is standing by to give us reports from Lagos. But I must first of all say a very big thank you to you, Victor. You're doing well and fantastic for us today. It shows your enthusiasm about getting a new and greater Nigeria. Please go ahead, Victor, if you've joined us. Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me live. I'm still at my polling unit in Ojudu-Bega, Kosoko. It's almost 2:30. It's about 2:20 at time. But I guess from 2:30 they will start counting. But we still have some few persons queuing up to cast their votes. But I heard some other polling units around the same Kosoko Road in Ojudu-Bega, Lagos. They are done casting their votes. Even if at some point we had some persons coming around trying to intimidate voters, but we still maintain peace. We know this is Lagos. We know in particular political parties want to disrupt people from voting, but Nigerians are ready for today. And I want you to open up your studio, because from 2:30, 3:30, that's where most of them are planning to attack to disrupt the counting. Because counting will start from 2:30 for polling units that people have casted their votes. Right? So, but we all were at alert. If there's any information, we'll send it across through the studio. But are they trying to oppress voters? Yes, we've had some group of persons coming, walking through, even trying to seize people's phone for trying to capture them or record them, which they don't have that legal right to do. But all is to let you people know that reporting from Lagos, we expected this, but it's so shameful that some few persons that call themselves the ruling party will still want to disrupt election on the day.
Now, before we even talk about some of those assumptions, you have put forward, let's even talk about. You're talking about your polling unit, which is Ojodu Bega. Thank God it is relatively peaceful as we speak. Now, have you heard, from other polling units what exactly is happening there? Have there been any evidences or incidences of violence happening there in those areas?
So currently now, because they have not started counting, so you might not be hearing a lot of violence right now, but we expect that to be when they start counting the voters' paper, because that's what a lot of them want to make sure they disrupt. Very areas where they feel that they don't have enough supporters, right? So and just around 2 p.m. we saw a crowd of persons that walked through about this street. This is Kosoko Road in Ojodu Bega, Lagos. We saw a crowd of persons coming from the upside of the street to the downside, and we have over 8 polling units on this street, right? But we know that as soon as they start counting, that's where we expect to see that attack from the ruling party trying to suppress or cancel people who have casted their votes.
But Victor, that's you telling.
But I want to appreciate Nigerians. A lot of persons that have voted, both male and female. You can see them that they are still seated here, trying to make sure they monitor their vote. If I'm reporting to you, take it or leave it.
Victor, you sound so optimistic that we should wait for violence. Violence is coming once the results are about being collated.
Yeah, especially from Lagos.
I don't know if we lost him.
Okay, we'll still, of course, do our best to get back to him the moment we can. But
I don't want to start saying
looks like we have
when they came here, a lot of them were just saying, "I will see today what is going to happen." And very soon, people will run away from here, right? So, and trust me, I will not be lying to you. If any of your reporter or anybody, any security agent that can come to Kosokofe Road in Ojodu Bega, Lagos, you can confirm 100%. I pray that we have a peaceful election, and I will not be up here reporting false, giving false information. That is not part of why I'm here. I'm giving you the right information from Kosokofe Road in Ojodu Bega. But we know that the gimmicks of APC in Lagos is to make sure that when it's time for people to start counting from these 3 boxes you could see behind me, that's where we expect that some of these people want to come and disrupt the vote.
So what are the security agencies doing concerning that?
We only have one security officer. You could see him not too far from me. He's not armed. He's just there, just only by himself. So almost like we, the citizens, will be the ones protecting today, right? So the polling unit will have close to 800 registered voters. You could just see things like that happening, So that's the situation of what you will see as I'm reporting. I'm trying to look at my bag because that's the angle they came from before, so that you will have this from Kosokofe Road in Ojodu Bega. I'm reporting live from Lagos.
Thank you so much, Victor. Roman, it leaves me asking, are we running short of security agents in the country?
Well, it's a worrying disturbance, especially when we know President Buhari had met with the service chiefs, and
they gave us
there were
their
assurances
words
that yes, enough and adequate security would be provided. you know, for all the polling units, so people could go cast their votes peacefully and head back to their homes safely as well. Because I do agree with Victor and Elijah there that the real crux of this election is around the counting of the votes and the eventual uploading to the INEC servers. Everyone's been told to stay at least 300 meters away from the polling booth at the time of counting, because from there you can easily verify the entire counting process, which, by the way, will be done by the ad hoc staff, you know, in charge of that polling unit, referring to the presiding officer, the APO, and in the full glare of all the party agents of the respective political parties vying for that election. But I wonder, as the case we saw from Lagos, where people were being warned not to vote another party apart from the APC, as we confirmed from that clip, it raises question marks about the entire counting process itself, because the agent there clearly said, if you vote another party, we're going to go check. Meaning, if they do so, any other votes that doesn't tally with what they want would be thrown out. And from the footage we saw, there were security operatives right there. INEC officials, through the core members, were also there. And Janice raised the point about the level of compromise that has already gone in at these polling units. It makes the entire process defeated altogether.
Well, just before then, you know, Mahmoud Yakubu had extended the voting time, so in his press briefing. So if people could still, you know, vote after 2:30, you know, that would actually make some people
That's for
calm.
those that have been accredited,
yes,
by the way. So it doesn't still sound like a good news, you know, to many, because a news like this, or footages like this, can likely, you know, deter others in subsequent elections from wanting to go out, and it would justify the claims of those who had said our votes would not count, in spite of the assurances that it would. There's a reasons why people do not believe in Nigeria's electoral process at all. But I'm very keen to know what the election observers would do, because interestingly, this election has the highest number of election observers in the history of Nigeria's election. 38,000 plus persons, you know, from outside the country to monitor this process. Of course,
there is one thing, you know, that we haven't really touched, and that's the issue of having underage voters. Now, I saw a clip where we had some underage children line up to be accredited. Now, what is INEC saying about that? Is that supposed to be so? Is it supposed to be, is that right?
I think it's a little bit too late to even answer this question, because this should come at the CVR stage, the continuous voter registration stage. That's when we should be asking the questions about underage voting, because once you're registered to vote and you've gotten your PVC, it's a little too late to start questioning the ages of these persons. Those questions should have come in at the voter registration stages, but a lot of them went largely unanswered. So much so that we have people who were registered with claims that they're not even, you know, from Nigeria. We talked about trying to import people into the country to vote. These are, you know, incidents that people have reported in previous elections, and unfortunately they're still happening up until today.
You know, it now takes me to a point someone once made. It was like, maybe there will come a time in Nigeria where you have to bring your birth certificate to get registered for your PVC. I mean, why should we get to this point in the country?
One of the developing measures, you know, to register to vote for this election was a provision of your national identity card, or the national identification number, NIN, developments that came up since early 2021. Before now, I believe just your national identity card was enough to suffice that you are up to the voting age to be allowed to register to vote. So at that point, people should have been asked to provide these details. And I say without respect to anyone that a lot of these incidences are disturbingly reported in the northern part of the country, where it seems the population there is quite huge compared to other parts of the region in the country. So these questions should have been asked, or the awareness level should have been raised at those points, and not the voting stage.
Questions like this were asked, and I know that on Twitter as well, we had Nigerians, you know, post pictures of some of these underage voters when the register of
was
uploaded. You know, Nigerians took pains to go through this register, you know, to bring to the notice of INEC what these discrepancies are, and one of it was the overloaded you know, register of INEC of underage you know, voters. I don't think that INEC critically, you know, addressed those issues. But here we are today, you know, seeing footages, even though we have not verified, you know, the authenticity of those footages, but we've seen footages where Nigerians are even showing us that a lot of underage voters are
coming out
on the line,
for the
you know,
exercise,
to cast their votes and all of that. And like you said, we would not see some of those things in other parts of the country except in the northern Nigeria, and that's where we have votes come in thousands. You would go on social media and laugh yourself to soar when you get to see Nigerians demonstrate how the vote from northern Nigeria is coming, you know, in trucks and in millions and all of that. So I think that it still brings us to the point where we are saying that the electoral umpire as INEC have not been able, you know, to make sure that Nigeria gains that confidence in the electoral process. And it's quite shameful to see that even after how many 22 or so years of practicing democracy, we've not been able to upgrade our electoral processes. INEC has not been able to give us a credible election. At the end of the day, we still come sit and talk about some of these challenges. We still sit down to talk about underage voters and the fact that we are finding all of these you know, issues that have been raised here today concerning the elections.
Now, let me bring this back. Okay, so Oya has since sent us something that in Akwa Ibom here, Ikono, that's local government area registration area, Itak Town Hall, Nodo Itak, the polling unit code.
I think we mentioned that already.
And also sent primary school in your fort. There is no voting going on there as well. And also, we talked about people calling in and some comments coming that there is no Labour Party logo or LP, okay, on their ballot papers. Now, these are issues that are quite worrisome, and we have some footages, you know, onto that.
I think the INEC chairman did address those questions because some persons were perhaps expecting to see the initials LP, you know, written on the ballot. It was already said you're not going to see those initials except for the logo, and same applies to other political
now, what
parties.
happens to when
I think the difference here is not even seeing the logos on the ballot and not seeing the names this time. The names reflect on the result sheet while the logos are on the ballot papers. That's the difference. So if you do not see the names of the parties on the result sheet, that's when the questions should come in. But as for the ballot papers, you're only expected to see the logo and not the names of the party. So just so if you have come across such incidents, you might be guided accordingly. Mahmoud Yakubu also touched on reports around late arrival of voting materials to some location, and in his words, some cases in Anambra and Imo were actually well known to him. He did say he was aware that some parts of Anambra and Imo had late deployment of materials and the election officials, and he said they have been largely informed, and moves have been made to ensure that voting resumes in those areas. Anyway, do well to stay with us. We're going to take another breather. When we come back, we'll attend to more of your reactions. We're expecting to hear from you.
Let's just take a listen to this
Right.
video first before we go on a break.
Why don't we have Labour Party on some of the tags here in Lagos State? Is there Labour Party on this one? There's no Labour Party on this. There's no Labour Party on this one. So does that make it void? There's no Labour Party on this one. There's no Labour Party on that one too. Okay. So there are no Labour Party and logos on most of these ballot papers. Check another one, please. Why don't we have Labour Party on some of the tags here in Lagos State? Is there Labour Party on this one? There's no Labour Party on this. There's no Labour Party on this.
So there you have it, confirmation of some of the reports we already had trickling in earlier on, and disturbingly, a bulk of them coming from the nation's commercial hub, Lagos. A bulk of ballot papers without the Labour Party logo raises insinuations and suspicions that a lot of these are targeted to disenfranchise supporters of a particular party candidate or a region. And again, I did ask that question, whether or not this would lead to the cancellation of, results in these areas. But if we don't have agents of the Labour Party at these polling units, I mean, who is going to speak up? Because it is the duty of the party agents. Let's take note, because Mahmoud Yakubu addressed that concern. Well, that is why we had over 1.5 million party agents from all the 18 parties registered to vote. It is the duty of the party agents to report these discrepancies to INEC, because if we do not have them, then the elections in those areas would actually stand, regardless of whether we've seen these discrepancies. INEC would not only rely on these footages, because it could equally be doctored for all we know. But if it is documented by the party agents that yes, at this polling unit, we did not see the logo of our parties, then it's enough reason to cancel the elections.
Roman, we also need to look at the reasons. If these party agents are not in their polling unit, why? What are the reasons? What is stopping them from being there? They were supposed to be there. Let's ask questions so we'll get to find out those details.
That's perhaps for the Labour Party to tell us. We haven't seen any of the spokesperson come up to talk about this. So if they haven't done so, then it means it's actually down to them that they are not at those units, except maybe for areas that we've seen footages where people have been threatened not to vote for other political parties. Anyway, we touch more on all of these issues and more. Interestingly, in Rivers State, we also heard Governor Nyesom Wike could not cast his vote after failure to get accredited by the Beavers. The last time we saw something like this in a previous election, remember former President Goodluck Jonathan wasn't captured by the card reader in the 2015 polls, deterring him from voting, but he eventually was accredited manually. But this election doesn't provide for a manual accreditation, which means Governor Nyesom Wike hasn't voted.
I think he has. Maybe at the instance where we got
unless the Beavers worked again. Yes. If it did not work,
at the instance where we got the report, there were challenges as to him voting, and of course he has also, him to be a very vocal person, that that wouldn't happen without him, saying one or two things, as to the general elections and him not being able to be accredited at the same time. But we hope that that has also been sorted out and he's been given a fair chance to exercise his franchise.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So let's take a break now. When we come back, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Just stay with us.
If you don't even vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house. So if I see you vote another, I will come look at. If I see you vote another party, go ahead and house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC. Go your house. Go relax.
Works. They come round this way, they tell him, first one is for the president.
Okay, now the presidential.
He's doing what he shouldn't do, that he said he's doing it.
Should the president be showing us that thing?
He shouldn't be doing that.
Should he,
but he's doing it for naysayers like me. So that people like me will not say,
Mr. President, the other way around. the other way around, Mr. President.
This is why I've always had a problem with this president. Okay.
Okay, this is Sukana West, Ward 2, Unit 009. I am here to see the attitude of voters. As you can see, on the queue is the candidate of APC Senatorial Ikotekwe Senatorial District, Senator Gosu Botok Babio, exhibiting humility, exhibiting meekness, exhibiting leadership. People have tried to get him to at the front to vote, but he has refused.
Officer, big.
Officer, sorry. Yes, the APC Central candidate for APC, Goshua Fabio, is exercising his civic rights.
Mommy, this way. Mommy. Mommy. Okay, sorry.
Senate is here.
This is House of Reps.
No, Senate is here. At the Senate.
Okay guys, so I am at Use Ofort Primary School, and so far very few people have voted, although it's mostly they are giving preference to the elderly, and then youths are yet to even start voting. They've been fighting, security agents just walking in. Nothing is really like orderly here at all. They've been fighting here, people coming around. So this is Use Ofort Primary School. It's well.
NTA. Fonzo. Guy. NTA.
Check another one, please. Why don't we have Labour Party on some of the tags here in Lagos State? Is there Labour Party on this one?
There's no Labour Party on this.
There's no Labour Party on this one, so does that make it void? There's no Labour Party on this one. There's no Labour Party on that one too.
Okay.
Professor, there are no Labour Party and logos on most of these ballot papers. Check another one.
Today is the day Nigerians step out to the polls to elect who will become Nigeria's president, with the top contenders all seeking Nigerians' vote. My name is Frank Cizedit, reporting live for Spectrum Television and Planet 101.1 FM here in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. And we are currently at St. Teresa's Primary School of Kobo, Unit 2. And of course, from our conversations with the presiding officer, a core member here, so far nothing has been done. Time is already past 9 and nothing has been done. They have not started accreditation yet, but election materials, as you can see behind me, is here already. And from some of the clips that we've picked, the election materials have arrived, but they are yet to kickstart the accreditation exercise. And of course, people are also here very much on ground. Some of them came in as early as 7 o'clock, sometime 8 o'clock, just to ensure that they get accredited on time. The member, who is the presiding officer, has been a little bit apprehensive on speaking to us about the details that we need. We'll still try for a few moments to ensure we get that.
I am from Ito local government area. I was sent in here as a RATEC officer in charge of the entire polling unit here in Okobodi 2. The strength of this polling unit is about 750 persons, registered voters. Why we have this little turnout is that we had some problems in terms of logistics to get our officials here. As you can see, people are coming out, and very soon voting will begin. I have also instructed them, the officials there, to begin accreditation immediately so that voting can begin.
Following instructions carefully. We are about to commence polling now, as it is already 8:30 a.m. and we shall end at 2:30 p.m. This is the ballot box. The ballot box are there. I can open it for everyone to see. It is empty. Empty.
If you look closely, no voter has been accredited yet. Okay? The number of accredited voters are 0. The number of registered voters are 750. Are we seeing this? Okay. So now this is it. Everything is as transparent as you want it to be. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Good up.
Thanks, you're not on.
All right, so we are here at the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC office in Okobo local government area of Akwa Ibom State. As you can see behind me, as at past 9 o'clock, the INEC officials are still trying to make their way out of the INEC office to their respective polling units so that accreditation exercise can kickstart, and then Akwa Ibomites can get to cast their vote and decide who they want to become Nigeria's president. We're moving away from here to Oron local government area, and we shall be bringing you more reports as we get to have them. Unfortunately, the INEC person in charge of this environment is yet to speak with us, and we don't have the time to keep waiting, as she says she has to finish sending out her people before commenting to the media. Frank CZ8 reporting live for Spectrum Television and Planet 101.1 FM.
As Nigeria prepares for the general elections holding from 25th February 2023, broadcasters are enjoined to make ethical reportage their watchword. All political programs shall observe the provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code and other extant laws relating to broadcasting. All broadcasting stations must adhere to the principles of pluralism and ensure equitable airtime to all political parties or views. All political programs shall adhere to the general principles of legality, decency, and truthfulness. For the avoidance of doubt, the broadcast of a political campaign, jingle, announcement, or any other form of partisan party identification or symbol ends not later than 24 hours before polling day. Hate speech is prohibited. Be professional. NBC, your right to quality broadcasting. Announcer Management.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
Many thanks for still being there. Of course, the studios of Nigeria Decides Spectrum Television still open here, and we just showed you clips of the various things happening across Akwa Ibom State and of course Nigeria as a build-up to the 2023 general elections, of course, which is holding today, presidential elections and senatorial elections holding across. We've also discussed on some of the major challenges affecting the particular elections. We've talked on violence that has been reported from different places across the state and of course the country as well. We've also talked on the discrepancies, occasioned by INEC and all of the late arrival of ad hoc staff of INEC and also sensitive materials not allowing a lot of people to also cast their votes. Very serious concerns, I must say, gentlemen of the press. But we still have a whole lot more, to discuss today. And just to lean on, some of the things we have talked on and the fact that there's just pockets of violence here and there, it brings me to the question of are we having these kinds of violence in these areas that have been mentioned because of the political, candidates that are being involved in all of this? Let's even look at, the big wigs when we come to the talks of presidency or presidential race in Nigeria. We have the Labour Party being represented there by Peter Obi. We also have the APC, of course, Bola Ahmed Tinubu on one end, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar coming from the People's Democratic Party, and of course the NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party candidate there, Kwankwaso, coming in.
We even have from the AAC.
Of course, we have Sowore, also in this race. But we would say that, from the look of things, we have three major political parties and contenders in this. And if you look at the reports of violence across the country, you'll find out that some zones are more like strongholds of a particular political party, and that is where some of this major violence is coming from, actually.
It's tilting to one side. It's more like the violence is actually attributed to one, it's attacking, is pointed to one particular side, one particular party. Now let's talk about the issue of PDP, APC, and of course Labour Party. Now, these are the three major parties where we have three major contenders. When we talked about the third force that just emanated from nowhere and is it's becoming more active, and it has a large number of youths participating, okay? Let me say, giving thumbs up to this party. That's the Labour Party, being represented by Peter Obi, where the people, through Peter Obi's blueprint, decided to say, oh, this man has what we need, so let's go for him. Now, we also look at the fact that in all the discrepancies, the fight we're having, the tussles, we haven't really had reports that there is no PDP or this or that, or there's anything pointed to PDP, as an attack. But we have majorly having it on Labour Party now. It now brings a major question and suspicion. What is happening? Is Labour Party a big threat to the APC? Because the fight now looks like it's a fight between the APC and the PDP.
Well, quite so. Maybe we should look at it from the angle of the political candidates who are the faces of these parties, and why Mr. Peter Obi tends to draw a lot of controversy on different divides. Because first off, we look at his political background. He started off as a governor of Anambra State on the platform of ABGA. That's the All Progressive Grand Alliance. Before he joined the People's Democratic Party as a running mate to Atiku in last year's election. Opinion has been divided, about the candidacy of Mr. Peter Obi as the Labour Party candidate, hinging this argument on the fact that he jumped on the widespread support he enjoys from Nigerian youths in particular, because many persons said he took up the ticket or the candidacy of the Labour Party just a couple of weeks after defecting, probably marred by issues of vote trading as well, with reference to the delegates who voted in that election, a particular candidate as opposed to the other. He saw all of these ahead of time and decided to jump ship by going to the Labour Party. And many did not take him serious. We talked about the issue of structuring, whether the Labour Party has a structure on ground. I don't know. A lot of persons did say it doesn't matter, the issue of structuring or having structures on ground, because they said the people are the structure. Yes, that would translate to vote. But now we're having concerns of reports that the Labour Party do not have polar party agents at the grounds. And that's the issue. That's where the matter of structuring comes in there. Because if they had that, it would have been easy to say, okay, unit A, B, C, we have this number of agents there and this number of agents there, but that's not the case here.
But Raymond, don't also forget that all of a sudden we had parties collapse their structure for Labour Party. We had the Boots Party, we had other parties. Well, I think we had some parties, I will mention numbers. I'm not sure, So we have some parties that collapsed their structure almost at the dime minute for Labour Party. Now, Even if they said they didn't have structures now, people built structures and they collapsed it for them. So what is happening? Should we say that their houses were not in order? Yeah, so they couldn't agree. So this is why we are having polling units where we don't have Labour Party agents in them.
Well, it equally takes us back to the argument around the possible merger between the Labour Party and the NNPP. At the heydays of this argument, there were controversies around who was going to take the presidential ticket, who should be the vice. And eventually we heard during the Chatham House conversation, Mr. Rabiu Kwankwaso spoke about this when he claimed the negotiators on the part of the Labour Party were actually premising their arguments for a Peter Obi candidacy in the event of a merger on ethnic sentiment, because they all kept saying, let's allow the Igbos or the Southeast to have a shot. Because in his own words, he felt he was more qualified than Mr. Peter Obi. Well, he says they were both two-term governors of their respective states, Kano and Anambra.
Of course.
He has been a senator. Peter Obi hasn't. As a matter of fact, Peter Obi hasn't held any political office since his time as governor, as opposed to Kwankwaso, who has been two-term governor, two-term senator. And he says educationally, with a PhD, is more qualified than Peter Obi as well. But some persons have said maybe if they'd gotten that merger right, the issue of garnering more support, especially in the north, would have been, a one-way ticket for Mr. Peter Obi, and the issue of structuring as well, because whether we like it or not, Rabiu Kwankwaso does command a good number of support in the north, especially Kano State, that had over 7 million persons register and then 5 million plus collect their PVCs to vote. Now imagine translating those number of votes to one candidate because of the support that is enjoying from someone else who's decided to merge with you. Who knows? It could have been a foregone conclusion as far as this election is concerned.
Well, it would have helped both of them, if that merger actually happened. But we're talking about a situation where the Labour Party, are not having agents, polling agents at the different polling units now. We're not just looking at the Labour Party not having polling agents in the northern Nigeria, but across, the country. So does it mean that with a merger of the NNPP, there would have been, polling agents across the country for the Labour Party? And what would we have had them call the party at the end of the day if there was actually a merger? Would we be saying looking at an NNPP, or would just be looking at a Labour Party because of this merger?
Well, that's another fix, and perhaps I think these are the issues that did not allow both sides to come to a common ground or reach a common ground on deciding who should take the presidential ticket or who should take the vice presidential ticket. But I think the support Peter Obi has enjoyed so far is it comes with a fresh breath of air, as opposed to what Nigerians have had of 8 years of the APC, 16 years of the PDP, and so they just wanted to see a real change in terms of policy development, policy implementation, and it looks like the reshuffling of political elites and candidates between the PDP and the APC. We've seen defections, cross-carpeting between these two parties over the years, and so Nigerians just may have felt the norm is still the same with these two parties.
Time to
Let's
try
go for
something
someone
new.
different.
It's fantastic, that Nigerians came up with a narrative of we want an air of fresh breath, okay? But I think at this point, where we are even having situations where we do not have party agents at even polling units, it's a slap on the faces of those that were pushing for the narrative of a Peter Obi. Because if you say that you're supporting a younger person, or someone who is more vibrant, compared to the other two major contenders of this particular presidential race, then I think that every hand should be on the plow. So it still boils down to the fact that these were the things being used against Peter Obi from the onset. That, we just had Nigerians busy in the comfort of their homes with their keypads, giving social media rants and all of that. So it goes beyond just giving social media rants. Let us see all of that. And that was the fear, the initial fear, when we had all the rave of the moment on social media. Let us see how all of these things could be translated into votes. Let us see how all of these, hypes on social media could be translated into structures. Because whether we like it or not, what has trailed the Peter Obi Labour Party has been that there is no structure, because when you look at the National Assembly, you find out that there is no, a tangible amount of Labour Party candidates occupying the seats there. We look at even the governors of the 36 states, which one is a Labour Party candidate? And we know that these are the grassroots, these are the foot soldiers when it comes to political processes in the country. And so you see them working for their political parties. Now, what was Labour Party doing all the moments, all the while that they did not set the structures right, to the point that they do not even have political agents or party agents at the different polling? It's quite shameful.
Well,
and I think a spite on the Labour Party.
Okay, Janice, now I must say that I am worried. I am worried. Why I am worried is this. Now, we've seen rallies. We've seen rallies where Peter Obi, attends.
Of course, yes, we have
We've seen rallies. We've seen turnouts. Okay. Now we've seen a whole lot of. Okay, we had a guest who said he some time ago supports Peter Obi and has used his money to print stuffs, and while he's in diaspora and all of stuffs. So we've had people. We've had large turnouts. Now, turnouts, preparations. Once he's going to this state is prepared, putting things on ground, making sure everything goes on well. So you want to tell me, Janice, that we have these people come out for these rallies, put in their efforts, put in their time and money, yet none had an agent? No, I think questions should be asked. What happened on the ground?
Well, I think maybe we should equally go back to the statistics released by INEC. Over 1.5 million party agents were registered across board to monitor this process. The PDP and the APC shared a bulk of the total of the party agents with about 176,000 plus. The Labour Party had over 150,000 party agents that were registered, and it's really disturbing that we're not seeing the figures translated to real-time presence at the polling units, because these are the persons who should have highlighted the gray areas and concerns from the polling units with respect to the discrepancies that have been reported for onward report to INEC. So we know that elections witness irregularities in those particular polling units. Again, it could also be premised on the fact that the Labour Party's style of campaign has been, more or less connecting with the people, and as opposed to just building up structures, as they've usually said, because they've always premised that the people are the structure. Yes, that could translate to vote, but election is a process itself, and the duty of the party agents is well spelled out. They are the eyes of the party during this election, because you can't have everyone come to gather around and say, let's monitor what's going on, as opposed to what we've had over the years, which usually leads to cases of ballot box snatching in the events that the counting is done, and then you find out that your party isn't getting headsway. You attempted to snatch the ballots to run away and go effect changes in the figures. That's not going to happen now, with INEC saying, once you vote, stay 300 meters away from the polling booth and allow the POs and the APOs in the company of the party agents to sort out the counting in the full glare of the public before it is uploaded on the INEC server straight to the collation centers. We've not seen this because of the lack of presence of these people, and that may fall back on the Labour Party's style of campaign to just reach out to the people always. We've seen Peter Obi's campaigns and even those of their governorship candidates across all the states. They just believe in dealing directly with the people. You talked about those who volunteer to say, let's print t-shirts, caps and other merchandise for the Labour Party. Interestingly, some of them are registered members of other political parties. So they're just saying, we're voting Peter Obi for the presidency, but for the other elections, we're voting our respective parties. We've seen people like Nyesom Wike talk about this so much. River State is PDP, but for the presidential election is not supporting the PDP. I think that's the same analogy most Nigerians are having.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that's true. That's true. But Raymond, I also like to ask myself this question. Okay, apart from the fact that, maybe this party members or the lack of party agents because they don't have structure, have you thought about the fact that, Does it mean some of these persons have been bought, their attention or their votes have been bought or something? They have been compromised in one way or the other. That's why at the dying minute they just decided to fold your arms.
Well, it's possible.
Yeah,
we had reports
possible.
about in the Southwest news that some Labour Party officials defected to the APC. The Labour Party came out to debunk these claims and said none of these were true. And if that's the case, why aren't we seeing these persons on the ground? Because we're not going to go out and complain on behalf of the Labour Party. Neither would the voters, because it's not their place to do so. It's the party agents that have been registered, because they can't tell us INEC is lying about the figures they released, that over 150,000 party agents were registered. As a matter of fact, I think from the INEC figures, about 60,000 plus party agents belong to the other 14 parties in this election. The top 4 parties in this case, the PDP, the APC, the NNPP and the Labour Party, shared a bulk of the party agents. So why aren't we seeing them at those places, just so we know that they are there to record all of these incidences? It's quite worrying, but enough about the Labour Party and the NNPP. Let's focus on traditionally the 2 major parties in the country now. We'd like to talk about Atiku Abubakar, because it cuts across to many persons as a different personality.
Of course.
He has the experience, of course, having been vice president for 8 good years. But there are some persons who have misgivings about his candidacy, with the notion that while as vice president, he was instrumental to selling off some national assets, especially on areas he was allowed to domineer over as vice president. So people have those concerns that an Atiku presidency would see to more selling of the national assets. As a matter of fact, Tinubu has played on that so much. When it came to Akwa Ibom, he said the barest thing has our water leaves will be sold by Atiku, or our palm trees will be sold by Atiku if we allow him to become president. And then yesterday, the mother of all discoveries, a House of Representatives member from Rivers State
was arrested
in his possession over $500,000, which he self-confessed reportedly to be for the purposes of buying over voters and officials at the elections. Whether this would mar his chances at the polls is another matter altogether.
Yeah, great one there. You know, it brings to bear what are the chances of the People's Democratic Party will be marred at the polls. But let's not also forget that, you know, the integral, more like the internal democracies of the People's Democratic Party have had some issues. But let's still come back to even the issue of the person that was caught with some bulk of monies couple of days ago. It's surprising that it's coming from the People's Democratic Party. Nigerians would have thought, you know, with all of the
APC.
yes, with all of the accusations that it was going to come from the All Progressives Congress, because they've been the ones crying foul as to the money, the Naira redesign recently. But it's surprising that a PDP and their presidential candidates that seem to lash on the fact that, oh, because the APC governors are crying foul to the Naira redesign, they are the ones wanting to buy the, buy votes, are the ones being caught right now with a large chunk of money for the purpose of vote buying.
Do you equally suspect that this could have been pre-arranged? Yes, investigations are still ongoing. The DSS issued a statement to that, or the police rather, issued a statement to that effect this morning, that as far as that matter is concerned, investigations are still ongoing.
The point
because
is,
it is Rivers State, and
yes,
we know Rivers State has been a hotbed for discussion immediately after the PDP presidential primaries, because Nyesom Wike spearheads the so-called G5 governors or integrity group, who have refused to endorse Atiku Abubakar's presidential candidacy up until now. So much so that Atiku did not even campaign in Rivers State. One of the members of his PCC was attacked and nearly assassinated. Several other reports about Wike eventually refused to allow them use the stadium for the rally. He changed his mind a few days later, but the PDP rejected the overture and choose not to campaign in Rivers State again. So why a member of the Atiku's campaign council discovered with cash
Okay,
for you, you feel that this was
It could
also
perhaps-
doctored?
It could be doctored.
No, it could
perhaps.
be.
Why would it be doctored?
Okay, now,
Doctored by who exactly?
Let me come in. Let me come
When
in.
you have a Wike who doesn't
Okay.
support your ambition, and he's the governor of Rivers
But
State,
Wike
who
is
has
not-
endorsed the
Wike is
APC.
not- Governor Nyesom Wike is not part and parcel of the Presidential Campaign Council of the People's Democratic Party.
Yes.
So
Okay.
why would somebody inside the PCC be the one to be caught with so much money?
Well,
and then
Janice,
we are
it's
pointing
easy.
accusing fingers
What
at the
if?
Governor
What-
Nyesom Wike.
Maybe we're not pointing,
It's
but there's a
easy.
good chance that
Yeah.
it could, because Wike doesn't support the ambition of Atiku, and he would surely do anything, perhaps, to truncate Atiku's chances.
Well, they're
of getting
just
votes in
imaginations.
Rivers.
We're not
Perhaps.
saying that's true.
Those
It's
are
just
allegations, though.
speculations.
It could
Yes.
be, yeah, it just could be. We're not saying that is the case, but it's politicking, yeah. So it could just happen that the House of Representatives member in question perhaps may
Maybe
have
volunteer to be used as
it may have
spray.
been played in without his knowledge, which is why perhaps we should leave that to the security operatives
course.
to decide. But these are just some of the issues that would likely rear their head. But we were talking about Atiku's candidacy and whether or not it appeals to Nigerians. It's 5 points agenda of
Renewed hope.
restructuring Nigeria, improving our economic fortunes, dealing with insecurity, providing job and wealth creation, as well as his big mantra of being the unifier, as he loves to call himself. I don't know, is that enough to say that it will improve his chances of success?
Well, Raymond, I like to say that when it comes to, agendas, telling us your goals, what you want to do for Nigerians, I think we've had enough. Yeah, I think we've had enough because talking about Tinubu, now when campaigning for Buhari, it happened that electricity was going to be restored. It was going to run like water. Things were going to happen. Now, it didn't happen. Nigerians pushed and it didn't happen. So Tinubu is coming out to us this time around. And he's saying, oh, these people did not do well. I promise you I'm going to do well. So we've had enough of that. Now we've it's not just enough to say, oh, he has told us what he intends to do, so let's follow him, let's vote for him. He's going to do. I don't think Nigerians believe in that anymore. I don't think Nigerians believe in,
we equally have to, if you're coming up to vie for an office, you have to tell us something.
Of course,
yes, you have to tell us something. That's sure, but I don't think Nigerians believe that anymore. I think that's why they decided to try out something new.
I'll let you join up on this, but then, not to taking us back, but let's still drag in Peter Obi into this. There's been the school of thought that a lot of persons are campaigning on blank expectations when it comes to Peter Obi, because we just believe that we need a change.
Let's try something new.
Let's try something else that may eventually turn out to be the same mistakes that we've had in the past. So just what if Peter Obi doesn't really have the answers to the problems that we've been, clamoring for, that we've been pervaded with over the years?
Raymond, for me, I just think that politicians are the same year in, year out, because we have a lot of them coming, just like Rachel was pointing out, trying to point out, where we have politicians come out and reel their promises,
of course,
and even use some of the lapses of the present administration to, go for campaigns and say they are going to do better than that. And at the end of the day, we still come back here,
it gets worse
to talk about these same things, and it is also used after 4 years for campaign promises. So I don't think that politicians, actually have the interest of Nigerians or the populace at heart when they are coming out to do their campaigning and telling Nigerians what exactly they are going to be doing. So for Peter Obi, I know that Nigerians have also said that it's not about him coming with all the integrity thinking that surrounds his personality, and all the his ability to conserve resources and all of that, even though some people have used that against him as him being very frugal, and won't even be able to dish out funds to cater for some sectors of the economy. But we have some Nigerians who feel that they are not expecting 100% from the man Peter Obi. They just feel that the old people have done enough, and it's time for them to
try
leave
on
the
blood.
scene, leave the stage for somebody else to come up. So that's been the narrative that has been pushed. Nigerians are not saying, look, we want 100% in terms of providing dividends of democracy. Nigerians just think that
let's try a blank space. Let's see what we can fill in.
For the old people. It's time for them to leave the stage completely, and let's see how we can begin to have new breeds on board.
Talking about old people, let's just play a video, okay? So we'll come back and dwell on that. We have something to strike on that. We have a video that you know, the Igbos are not permitted to vote. It should be the Yorubas, and then you keep wondering, like, this is a country that needs a playing ground that accommodates all tribes, all religions, accommodates all languages. Everything. So are we on the road to achieving this? That's a big question we should ask ourselves.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, talking about Tinubu and the Muslim ticket as well. Well, let's just take a look at this video.
Our voting rights. This is LASU State University, where we have polling units. Over thousands of Igbos registered there. On getting to the place, they say we are not allowed to go in. This is it. People are there outside the gates shouting they must vote, they must vote. They've sent us to go to the other gates. We've trekked for more than 1 hour to the back gate, and they send us back. Now we're here telling them to open the gates. Our vote must count. Our voting rights. This is LASU State University, where we have polling units. Over thousands of Igbos registered there. On getting to the place, they say we are not allowed to go in. This is it. People are there outside the gates shouting they must vote, they must vote. They've sent us to go to the other gates. We've trekked for more than 1 hour to the back gate, and they send us back. Now we're here.
Those were footages from the Lagos State University LASU, with voters complaining about being denied access into the polling units to cast their vote, and chanting in solidarity that they want to be allowed to exercise their franchise. Again, more and more disturbing reports of disenfranchisement from across the country. We're still monitoring all of these proceedings, but let's head to Ikotopene Senatorial District here in Akwa Ibom State again, where our correspondent Xavier Robert is on standby and rejoins us again for more feelers. Hello to you, Xavier, once again. And what's the latest? Okay,
I
looks
think
like
we
we lost him. We'll get back to him again in a short while. But those were very disturbing footages there. People being denied deliberately access to go cast their vote. And I really would be interested to see what Mr. Yakubu would say again. But the next time we have the INEC chairman address the press from the collation center, because I'm sure it would have been informed about most of these issues.
Yeah.
I mean, does it mean, again, back to that question, what happens at polling unit where incidents like this are reported? Shouldn't we see an outright cancellation and a call for a rerun? Because we cannot expect a result to be uploaded on a server and announced from polling unit where elections did not even take place at all. So Nigerians will be watching. We've seen LASU here in Akwa Ibom State. We saw one from the town hall in Ikano local government area, in Ikorodu, where people were chanting, we want to vote. Anambra, Okigwe, where it was said no one had turned up. If we see results uploaded on those places, then Mr. Yakubu has questions to answer to Nigerians.
Yeah, definitely. But it brings me to the point where we have to commend, you know, Nigerians for coming out and making sure that they take responsibility of all that is happening today. And we also do not overlook the importance and, importance of social media. It gives us room to see real time, you know, what's happening across the different states of the country, and it's good to see, you know, that this is actually happening, and we are getting feeds from different parts as well.
All right, let's head now back to Ikotopene, where it looks like we do now have Xavier Robert rejoin us. Xavier, it's good to have you back. It looks like the election has taken its toll on you, but deservedly so, because the public have been waiting to hear from you. Ikot is a hotbed as far as elections in Akwa Ibom State today is concerned. What's the latest from your location?
Greetings, Raymond. Greetings, Raymond. Yes, you can say that again. The location, Ikot has taken a toll on me, but then we're still trying to weather the storm. Although there's really no storm here, I have something fresh. There's a report from Makenta Secondary School, Ward 4, Unit 5 and 6. Right there at that unit, I understand that voting has been concluded, and so far they are doing the sorting and the counting to ensure that before long the results will be announced. That is for Makenta Ward 4 and 5. I think that is basically the only unit where election has been concluded, and now they're off to the sorting process. That's the only unit so far that we can confirm that. So far in
yeah, Xavier, by my understanding, McIntyre School is somewhere in a back local government area where we've equally heard reports of election materials carted away by alleged political thugs. I don't know if you've heard anything to this effect.
Well, since we are relying more on reports we are getting from presiding officers at given units, and of course corroborated by voters of the units that we have visited, we haven't been able to confirm that. But what we can confirm is that at Makenta, as I have told you, they've concluded the elections and are currently at the sorting process. And they are also of the opinion that there are no skirmishes in those areas that I have reported.
Interesting thoughts indeed. And I also like, for the purposes of clarification, especially to viewers watching from around the world, the collation process, or the counting process rather, is ongoing, as you've said. What about the voters? Are they on standby, as was the advice pre-election, that once you vote, you should wait by and monitor the counting process? Is this actually the case from your position?
Yes. Yeah. Even though waiting by to confirm that the counting process is successful is not a compulsory move, but yet I could still see a lot of voters in their numbers waiting around to ensure that they partake in ensuring that the final results after the counting is released and that their votes are indeed did count.
So just before we let you go, Xavier, while I understand the National Assembly elections will likely play more on the minds of voters in that area, with respect to the candidature of the PDP and the APC candidates in Ikot senatorial districts, the presidential election is equally of keen concern to all Akwa Ibomites and by extension Nigerians. The reports we've been inundated with across the country is that the Labour Party in a lot of areas have not found their logos on the ballot or the names of the party on the result sheet. Have you had reports to such effect in most of the areas that you've covered, that the Labour Party first haven't identified their logos on the ballot papers?
Yes, there were earlier reports on that. I spoke with a couple of voters here who confirmed that the Labour Party wasn't spelled out in the ballot box, in the ballot papers. But so far, so good. I also had a voter who confirmed that challenge is mainly for the House of Representatives and the senatorial seats. But then for the presidency, the logo is represented.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, Xavier, for that timely report. We appreciate it. And should we see the need to get back to you before we close up shop, we'll likely do so. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you.
Well, so confirmation there. There's discrepancies too about the
logo.
unavailability of the Labour. Interestingly, the Labour Party's logo. Why the Labour Party? I mean, everyone's surely going to know why the Labour Party. Why would you hear about the PDP
or the
any
APC?
Party? It looks like something that was well orchestrated and designed pre-election.
Yeah, serious concerns, and I think at this point a lot of fingers will be pointing at INEC, you know, as the electoral umpire, and we also hope to hear the explanation as to why this has happened as well. Let's not also forget that at this point we just it's obvious, you know, that the Labour Party and the presidential candidate Peter Obi seems to be a major threat to the other you know, opposition parties or the major contenders in this particular race, and that's why you have this. But whether it was pre-orchestrated or not is not something that we really know until INEC comes out to give an explanation as to why, you know, the logo of the Labour Party for some ballot papers were practically absent.
Interesting, Rachel?
You know, I'd like to say one thing, that INEC will explain better. We can't really say much. We can't really judge at this point, but we have to point out the things that is happening. But we have to wait for INEC to speak. I've also been informed that in Oba Olegushi in Lagos State, that security agents where they were not allowed to vote apart from APC electorate, that security agents have arrived to sort that issue out. Meanwhile, let's get to listen to one of our reporters, Uyai and Yekan, on the field to get reports from her area.
This is Lassus.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Rejected. Yes. 1, 2, 3.
That's not invalid.
Then 4.
4 invalid.
4 now.
And footages from Uran local government area where counting of the votes are currently ongoing. And to give us more updates on this, our correspondent Uyai Anyekan joins us live. Good afternoon to you, Uyai.
Good afternoon to you, Raymond, and everyone on the team. How is it going there?
Well, it's going on fine. Good afternoon. And you're looking all smiles, and let's hope you have some good information for us. So fill us in.
Well, for now in Uran Central, which is like Idura in Uran local government, counting has already begun in some of the units. I'm currently in units 1, 2, and 14, and counting has started and concluded in some parts of the polling unit. So throughout the period today, it was massively peaceful, apart from some of the issues we reported earlier in the morning, where there were some upheavals with regards to ballot papers not being complete, or a lot of people complained of not being able to find their names, you know, in the polling unit. Because prior to this time, you realize that a lot of people have voted in this particular location for previous elections, but current things on ground is that INEC had broken down more polling units out of the larger chunk. So we had a lot of people complaining that they couldn't find where to vote. And in the process of all of that, truth be told, we have a lot of people that have been disenfranchised as a reason as a result of that. Some of them were able to still find where to vote, while others might have had to travel quite a distance to find the new polling unit. So as a result of that, some people were not able to vote at the end of the day. But as we stand, counting has started. Everywhere is peaceful. People are just waiting by to hear the numbers that are turning up from all the political parties. But something else we also found out here is that we do not have the hands of, you know when you talk about having the hands of permanent staff members from INEC, we do not have so many of that across the polling units in the local government, because we have more of ad hoc staff. So you have the core members and some other members of community that volunteered to work during the election. Why I have a problem with this is that there is so many questions that emanated through the process that they could necessarily not answer. So there was like, okay, I can't find my polling unit here. My name is not reflected. Where do I go? Sometimes you just have people pointing their hands flippantly to where you should go. So I think that's been the major problem that we've faced here today. But overall, we can say that it's been a peaceful process here in Uran Central in Iduran.
Oh, wow. Fantastic one there. Thank you so much, Uyai, for the update. Thank you so much. And do also be very careful out there yourself as well.
Okay,
serious concerns there.
It still boils down to the big question we've been asking.
INEC officials, being ready to answer questions, from different people, arising also from the challenges that people are facing. And you're asking, where are the INEC officials? Why are we having ad hoc staffs more than even INEC officials? We know that there's a shortage of, personnel when it comes to INEC, and that's why the introduction of ad hoc officials was brought in. But again, where you have a situation where you do not even find these INEC officials ready enough to answer questions from citizens, it puts us in a very dire situation. And then you have also volunteers. Who are these volunteers? That's another question. Do people just come up from different political parties and decide to come and volunteer? What's also the grounds that's the elections will not be manipulated through these kinds of people?
Interestingly, since that report came from Uran local government area, we have to equally note that this is the local government of the Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Barrister Nyekan Bassi, who is actually jostling for the position of Senate. And we also know the candidate of the YPP, another of the major challengers in the polls, also hails from this local government area. So it's quite a hotbed too, as far as the National Assembly polls in the Akwa Ibom is concerned. Within the week, I spoke to a member of the APC who alleged that some of the ad hoc staff that were trained here in the state to assist INEC with the electoral process had their names replaced, referring to the ones who had actually attended the training conducted by INEC, had their names replaced with ghost names, if you'd like.
Wow.
Persons who did not actually receive the training from INEC to know what to do or responses to give when questions like this arise. Now, if there is any iota of truth to these rumors, it's understandable why most of the adult staff do not even know what to say when people ask them, for instance, references to where we can actually go vote if our polling unit was actually changed. Because if you do not have that information, you cannot give out what you do not have.
Of course.
So there could just be some truth to that rumors that a good number of those who had taken the training, the real core members, may have possibly been, changed or replaced. And that could eventually mar the entire process.
Raymond, I'm sorry to take us back, but when we're talking about the issue of lack of party agents, like the Labour Party agents, I also wanted to ask myself this question. Okay, what if other party persons went to register as Labour Party agents? Yeah, and then now it's time to appear, and do your job. So you're out there because you want to frustrate the effort of Labour Party. So it's just a thought anyway.
That's another angle though, because it does not seem to explain exactly where these party agents are, unless we're saying that people were planted in the Labour Party to act as agents, and at the dying minutes, they have decided
back to their party.
to work for a different political party and all of that, because we really cannot explain why the Labour Party having 1,000 something party
over
agents,
100,000,
over 100,000 now party agents, and at the point where you're supposed to see this party agents do their jobs, they are not there to do their jobs. It's quite appalling at this moment, and it raises a lot of concern as to where these party agents are and whether the Labour Party did a good homework or not towards the general elections.
Okay, all right. Just before we go on, Victor is standing by, still in Lagos, to give us report. Of course, he already told us that collation will begin, and he's going to give us feedback as per that. So let's get to Victor. Hello, Victor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks for joining us again. So let's get to find out what's the situation right now in Lagos.
They are counting now.
Okay.
I'm joining you for live in the studio. So they are counting. So just allow them finish counting, and I will join back.
All right, no problem. Thank you too.
Okay, so counting going on as it seems from across different parts of the country. So the interesting fix around the lead up or the conclusion of the counting process is that the result would be immediately uploaded on the INEC server for onward movement to the collation center in Abuja, where the overall result would be announced. Perhaps
I think I like this idea.
Or on Monday. But I've always said, and if you've noticed, the conclusion of this process for me is the bottleneck around the entire electionary process. Because if we've had areas where there are issues, is there any point going on to upload results in places where people have complained that voting hasn't taken place?
I think that's when we'll ask a big question. So that question goes to Mahmood Yakubu. This is what the Electoral Act said. This is what you're doing. Why aren't we following the Electoral Act? So that's the point where you raise a big issue.
Like in Kaduna or Lagos, or Oshun rather, where we had 2 beavers were missing or lost and later replaced. 5 in Kaduna were lost, recovered. The fact that you have 5 beavers that were lost or missing and then recovered to be reused, it's quite different from the case of Oshun.
It hasn't been manipulated already.
That is the fact. So, I mean, Professor Tairu Jega, the former INEC chairman, said 2 days ago that, make no mistakes, the beavers can be manipulated.
Of course.
It's part of the assurances we had before now that the beavers were impregnable, because in Festus Okoye's own words, we are 3 steps ahead of those who were trying to hack into the beavers. This was all before the election. And now someone who knows a lot about electioneering, Jega, is coming out to tell us, do not place your faith on this. It could be hampered. It could be manipulated. And results could be altered.
I had someone in, when I did a program, so I had a guest and from Jasper, and he said, believe me, I know my brothers, when they say beavers can't be manipulated, my brothers are very smart. Nigerians are smart. It may not have been, maybe not to, in order not to raise brows, so they decided not to get the beavers after the election, but before, to manipulate it and put it back and made it easy to be recovered. So it could be recovered and reused. So what happens?
It brings me back to even the mock elections that we had a couple of weeks ago, and the fact that INEC had also reassured Nigerians that
what happened in Oshun will not happen again.
Reconfigured, that was the word now, so that we can use it for the general elections. And it worked smoothly, even though there was low turnout of people for the mock elections, but the beavers worked at that point. And we'll begin to ask ourselves this question now: why why do we have a situation where we are having issues of the beavers in the general elections now? And still talking about manipulations, of course, we were told that it's going to be 100%, you know, using the beavers would have little or no manipulations coming in just because we are using the beavers. And that was what gave the Nigerians the impression, you know, that we are going to be having a free, credible and smooth election. But I think at this point in time, Nigerians do not have a seamless election so far.
You know, Janice, I didn't expect to hear the word hijack ballot box in this year's election. Yeah, there were assurances, there were hopes, you know, there were strong words given to us, and then we held it tight. Yeah, we asked questions, we doubted, we asked questions, but they kept on reassuring us. So we never expected to hear instances where ballot boxes will be snatched. But here we are faced with this issue right before our eyes. So it's like, this issue is looking at us, staring at us. Here, I'm back. So this really exists. Yeah, so I think INEC has a lot of work to do.
Yes, they do. And interestingly, we seem to have maybe skipped the whole idea about how this would rub off on the governorship election, which comes up on March 11th. If Nigerians are saying, and let's make no mistakes, the governorship election, the State Houses of Assembly election are a little bit closer to the people. And that's the one you have perhaps those who had shied away from taking part in the presidential, likely going to throw their hearts into the ring and say, this one concerns us. So we'll likely see a good number of persons turn out to vote for the governorship elections. So there are lessons to be learned from INEC here, from today's exercise. But if people have lost faith in the process because of what they've seen today, then we might have issues with the March 11 election, especially with the questions that were asked before now. It's not like we take any joy in seeing INEC postpone the elections, but if they were not ready, would it have taken anything away from them to say, let's have the polls shifted by maybe a week or two? So we have every arrangement on ground, because we've talked about them having questions to answer with regards to some parties not having their logos on the ballot. It means this ballot perhaps did not come from INEC themselves, because INEC cannot claim to have omitted deliberately the logos of some parties from the ballot paper. It means something fishy is perhaps going on. Someone must have doctored these materials. And where were these materials kept? At the CBN's office, which is said to say be the safest place in the country. So how did we have all of these things happen?
You know, Raymond, I would have loved to say from the angle of INEC, we didn't see that coming. But no, that's not an excuse. We asked, what if it comes? You said we've padded all the holes. So if it comes this way, if it comes this way, we've got everywhere guarded, okay? So I think not just INEC has a question to answer. There are security operatives like the Oga at the tops have questions to answer as well, because I mean, if we have polling units where you have just one security agent and a whole lot of them were deployed, so are you just sending a bulk of them to just one polling unit? When, according to Victor, we had over 800 voters and we have just one security personnel unarmed.
Unarmed as well. That's another interesting factor.
So we have the civil defense, we have the Nigerian army, we have the Nigerian police force, we have a whole lot of them. We have the immigrations come on. They have a question to
equally
answer.
said they would be involved, the EFCC as well. So the issues of vote buying and vote trading here seems to have gone largely undetected. If we had anti-graft agencies on ground to monitor this election, how did they allow vote trading to, you know, take place in some parts of the country? And why didn't we see security operatives deter, like the footage we saw of someone threatening others not to vote for other parties except the APC in the full glare of INEC officials? I wonder.
And the security agents on uniform.
You know, I'm also interested in what the election observers, especially the foreign nations,
I wanted to actually bring that in, because we have a whole lot of
observers,
international
over 38,000.
You know, so at the end of the day, they are going to sit down and review all of this and also have their recommendations made.
Okay, don't forget, we're getting in your reactions. Feel free to join us by the numbers displayed on the screen. Hello, good afternoon to you.
All right, let's just wait and hope he calls back. We're sorry if we can't pick your call when we are on a show. We're sorry about that. Just keep the calls coming. And of course, you can drop your comment on WhatsApp or as a text message. And of course, we will acknowledge that. Now, Raman, back to the issue of INEC's preparedness. I think there's a lot more to ask again. Now, I remember when you said there are some questions that would have been asked during the registration, process, not during the voting days. And then talking about governorship elections, we've seen footages where guns are being fired, and some Nigerians would say, "Oh, I told you. This is the reason why I have vote apathy, lack of interest to come out and vote." So if this happened in the presidential election, how about the governorship that we know that things like this may likely happen? Is closer to us. I mean, we need to stay safe and not step out.
Yes, and Janice, we're about factoring in the role of the observers in all of this.
Yeah, definitely. When we say that we have over how many thousand observers, international observers, we've also registered the fact that they cannot be bought over. So they are going to be reporting exactly what they see. So we have a situation where you've also raised the issue of, will elections be cancelled in some polling units because there were no elections, depending on whatever challenges they had. So we have a situation,
to the Electoral Act.
We have a situation where these international observers will go back to the drawing board and recoup all they had seen on the field and write their reports and file, forward to INEC and say, these are the things that we have observed, and this is the way to go about it.
Yes, I got a reaction coming in. Hello, good afternoon.
Just turn down the volume of your TV set.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Do us a favor, just kindly turn down the volume on your listening device.
Or you walk away from there. All right, thank you. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Connecting with us via our sister platform, Planet Radio 101.1 FM. We're getting your reactions and your position from your observation on how the election process has occurred in your respective areas. So we're closing up shop in 12 minutes time, so we'll try to entertain as many reactions as they come in from you. So feel free to give us and only verified claims to the reports that you would be filling us with. We definitely love to hear from you. And while we're of course making plans to wrap up the conversation this afternoon, just to summarize most of what we have seen in the course of the day. Voting commenced quite early in some locations. It was a bit late in other locations. Reports of INEC staff and materials arriving late. In some areas, they were nowhere to be found at all. We've seen reporting footages of people calling for protests to ensure that they cast their votes. Hello.
Let's take a call.
Good afternoon. Welcome. What's your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm calling from Idiroko border.
And where is that, please?
That's Lagos.
Lagos?
Idiru in Ogun State.
Ogun State. Okay.
Idiroko border in Ogun State.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Right now, I'm inside border. The place I am, the security agency, all are on the ground. All the election, their process, that place is well conducive. No argument. Everybody is voting, and the voting is going on well. And I look at the environment in the Idiroko border, the situation is so calm. No argument. Everybody is going on their own. Just that the only business people, there's nobody open shop. Everybody is in their house.
Okay. That sounds fair enough. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, if we check our time, it's just 10 minutes to top of the hour, 4 o'clock, and voting is still going on. All right, let's take another call. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on the show. Tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Your name and your location.
How are you?
Well, fine, thank you. Tell us your name.
I'm calling from Jos Plateau State.
Your name?
My name is Samuel Panchi.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, since I've been watching you since morning, we have not seen any report from Plateau State on your station.
Come again, which state are you referring to?
Yes, we don't know whether you have a reporter covering Plateau State.
Plateau State?
Yes.
Okay, we've not had reports or incidents of huge concern, except that voting is going on seamlessly. Should we have any reports that would draw our serious attention, we'll likely fill you up. But if you've got any report that you've seen, feel free to fill us in.
Okay, we need to at least to see part of this whole election in Plateau State on air.
Okay, you have anything of concern, you can actually send to us on WhatsApp through the number you're calling. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Like we said earlier on, should you have reports to fill us with, just monitor the screen and reach out to us on any of the numbers displayed. We'd like to hear from you. While the conversation does continue on all of our social media platforms, just go to our website and search spectrumtv.ng to avail yourself for all of those opportunities. Well, while we're wrapping up, it's important to look at one issue. From the footages we saw in some areas, people already chanting that they want to cast their votes in the face of the challenges that has prevented them from doing so. The one question on the lips of many leading up to this post, and from the conversations I've had with people, even those on the street, is that they will likely take to the streets to protest if they're not allowed to vote. And there were appeals by the political elite. Do not protest because it would lead to a postponing of the polls.
Election,
That's where the insinuations a lot of persons had. But if people are not allowed to vote, let's say from the footage we saw of those chanting, we want to vote, we want to vote. If they're not allowed to vote, what's likely to happen in those scenarios? Wouldn't we see the deployment of security operatives to chase these persons away? And refusal to do so could lead to a standoff between the people and security agents, a remake of what we saw in the NSAS protests. And these are the fears we do not want. But the trajectory is that this is what could likely happen if enough care is not taken.
Definitely. Well, let's just stay hopeful. Like, calm had been restored in some polling units where nothing happened. So let's just stay hopeful that maybe that has been resolved.
Janice?
But I also think that if, we have a whole lot of people, chanting, we want to vote, and this time we are not even certain that these people have been given the fair opportunity to exercise their major franchise, and then we definitely are going to see a protest, because the government cannot tell Nigerians, look, because you did not vote, you're not eligible to, protest. It is constitutional for citizens to protest, but it's also constitutional for them to protest peacefully also. But we have seen over the years that when we talk about protests in Nigeria, it doesn't always end well. But
even if it's peaceful,
I think that also government should also do well to make sure that they protect the citizens, and we don't want to see a replay of the NSAS protest happen again in the country, and that's just that.
Well, it will really be a disturbing sign and a worry anyway. Hello, good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. All right, looks like we lost that call. Feel free to rejoin us, because we're closing up shop in a very short while as far as our live broadcast of the election today is concerned. Still focusing on the aftermath of the polls and what is likely to happen in the build-up to a formal announcement by INEC, which by projections could come either tomorrow or Monday. Or even as late as Tuesday, in the event that we have a rerun. One key thing we need to mention here.
Just before that, one last call before we wrap it up.
Yeah, hello.
Please turn down the volume of your TV set.
I just did that now.
All right. Tell us your name and your location.
Yeah, my name is Abiodun.
Where are you calling from?
Alagbado, Lagos State.
All right, go ahead.
Alagbado, Lagos State.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to, it's just actually a contribution, because I overheard I think I do not know your name, but the lady in green saying that people are clamoring that they want to they want to vote the Labour Party, and at the same time, there is no proper how should I call it, proper implementation of the whole process. Well, me, for instance, I still believe that even, at the same time, when I decide that I want to go out to vote, I have to put some certain things into consideration. Why will I go out and still get myself injured at the long run? Like, there is a lot that needs to be done. And when we see military enforcement all around, just yesterday, I personally believe that there is going to be a deployment of military personnel in every of the polling units. But to my surprise, I've seen when someone was saying on the social media that the total numbers of people that are meant to vote are 300, over 300 plus, and the ballot papers that was brought into the polling units was just 100. Isn't that even an act of rigging or something? So when should we start trusting this process of a thing? Personally, I'm a youth. I want to. I do not want to be disenfranchised. But at the same time, this thing, as it has been a circle, like it has been a recycling of the whole scene every other time. I wish I wish not to be disenfranchised. But at this same thing, I saw some prominent people going out there and they are being threatened. Their life are being threatened. And how much more of me that do not know anything about, that do not know anybody. So what are you saying regarding that? So there are some of all the planning and preparation that has been done before this time. I'm so disappointed in the INEC chairman. All of the preparations that has been done, eventually, I don't believe that there could be chaos in some polling units as I'm seeing now. This is so heartbreaking, and this is not what I'm expecting from the Nigerian today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's the same thing we're still talking about here. Well, just before we go, let's call for a result from Ibesikwa Sultan Ward 3, Nomudo. Let's find out what happened. I'm told that the results have been collated and the process is totally done. So let's find out what happened there.
Yes, footage is just coming in to that effect. Counting has been concluded, and in some of these areas, and of course the first step, as we know it by virtue of the provision of the Electoral Act guiding the conduct of this election, is that it will be uploaded to the INEC servers. INEC did promise to open a portal where Nigerians can access this result for themselves, but what we're displaying right now, first-hand evidence of the results from the polling unit we just mentioned. That's in Ward 3 of Ibesikwa Sultan local government area in Akwa Ibom State. As far as the formal announcement of who takes the day is concerned, that's a matter for the collation center in Abuja, where the results will be transmitted to via the INEC server. So there you have it, the display on the screen there, and in our subsequent programming and of course news bulletin, we'll give you more information on all of this. Just before we equally wrap up, one key thing for persons to note about this election is that you're not just expected to win, referring to the presidential polls now, just so you have, let's say, 18 political parties, 4 major candidates vying for this election. If Party A gets to claim the majority of the votes, it would not translate to an outright victory, because you're expected to shore up numbers in each of the geopolitical zones of the country, and it should march up to at least 2/3 of the number of votes across all of these regions. So even if we have, say, the APC, the ruling party, having the majority of the votes from the 87.2 million persons who had come out to vote, we're expecting that number to drop, of course, because of the number of persons who may not be able to cast their vote. It wouldn't translate to outright victory for the APC. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu doesn't win in at least 3 to 4 of the 3 geopolitical zones of the country, which means There's a likelihood for a rerun, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, I'm happy that collation have started, you know, across board. And we're going to see at the end of the day what all of that will translate into, you know, for the major contenders of those political parties. But let's also not forget that we still have a situation where elections have not been held in some places.
Those are my concerns.
And, you know, we are also waiting for INEC to officially tell us what will be happening to those areas where elections were not held, if there's going to be a rerun or not. And then we add all of that up together and then expect a great result coming from all of the elections held so far today.
Rachel, final thoughts?
All right, so like I said, my concerns are that INEC has to do the right thing, and the observers, we need to hear from them as well. Now, there are areas where elections haven't held. So what is INEC going to say about this? What are the observers going to say about this? Nigerians are waiting to see that this election goes free and fair before it can be termed credible.
Interesting. Well, we may be leaving the studios now, but our attention is still focused on what's happening across all the locations from the country, while one eye is fixated on the collation center in Abuja, where we're expecting the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, to keep filling us with updates on development as it concerns the presidential and National Assembly elections. But on our part, we'll be back again tomorrow. Keep a date with us. From 10 a.m., our election studios will open again as we follow up on developments from today's polls. While, of course, there's another showdown to come in March 11 when the gubernatorial and state houses of assembly election is concerned. Thanks for joining us today on this program. We appreciate your time, and make sure you stay on to more programming on Spectrum Television. Catch us live on Star Times DTH channel 421. You can also reach out to us via your free-to-air platforms, and do also follow us on all our social media platforms. You can head to our YouTube channel, subscribe, and follow us for more live feeds on all of our programming. From me, Raymond Ita, the rest of the crew, and our correspondents across the field. Thanks for joining us, and bye for now.
Arrival of PDP candidate for the governorship of Akwa Ibom State.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
Sufficiently knowledgeable and well-informed to cast ballots that are legally valid, as well as participate meaningfully in the voting process. Join us as we sample opinions on the readiness of Nigerians towards the 2023 elections.
Voter education on the use of bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, and overall voting processes are very crucial to countries where political situations may be volatile and elections may have an unprecedented impact on their future. The BVAS is an electronic device introduced by the Independent National Electoral Commission in 2021. This biometric technology was designed to verify permanent voter cards, PVCs, and authenticity through a biometric verification mechanism using both fingerprint and facial recognition of voters. The device can also capture images of the polling unit's result sheets and upload the image on INEC Election Results Viewing Platform or portal, known as IREV. The portal allows members of the public to create personal accounts to gain access to polling units results, uploaded on the platform as PDF files. The BVAS work by scanning the barcode or QR code on the PVC and voter register, or by simply entering the last 6 digits of the voter identity number or typing in the last name of the voter by the assistant presiding officer to verify and authenticate voters.
BVAS can't authenticate you if your data is not in the BVAS. You know what I mean? Because you use your fingerprint and your face. So the BVAS already has your data. And that's how the BVAS can prove whether you're actually the one or not. So if an imposter takes your PVC to a polling unit, it might clear the first phase of accreditation, which we call verification. They will check the name, maybe just look at the face, just okay, here, there's your name, and you go. But when you get to the phase, which is called authentication, that's where you fail, because the BVAS will accurately authenticate any voter. Your fingerprints are unique to you. Your face, too, is unique to you. So the BVAS authenticates your fingerprints and face. And it can't do that if your biometric information is not already in the BVAS.
Most eligible voters still do not know the functionality of the BVAS.
I've been hearing. I've not experienced it, so I can't say anything about it. I've been hearing, but I've not experienced it.
The reason I know about the Biva is that when you vote, will be an instant result. The headquarters, finally.
While elections are occasion for people to have a say in how they are governed and who will hold political power, voter apathy is a growing concern, especially among young people.
Voter apathy is a lack of interest among voters in the elections of representative democracies. It is often cited as a cost of low turnout among eligible voters in jurisdictions where voting is optional, and the large votes where voting is compulsory. Voter apathy can be caused by alienation, where voters feel like the political system does not work for them, and any attempt to influence it will be a fruitless exercise. Voter education is suggested to be the best solution for apathy because it helps people understand that while countrywide problems need to be dealt with, participation in local elections is one way of taking action to fix the situation in their own neighborhood. Equally, being able to identify one's polling unit has been an Herculean task for most voters, hence the growing culture of lack of concern to exercise their franchises on election days. To curtail this menace, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has identified 2 ways to inundate voters on how to confirm their polling units before election day. First, voters only need to send a text message with information on the name of state, last name, and the last 6 digits of your voter identification number to the numbers 0806 2830 860 or 0806 2830 861 to get your polling unit's name. Alternatively, one could access this information on INEC's website by visiting www.voters.inecnigeria.org or www.cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS.
The youths are involved. No, when youths are involved in anything, they must make it. Do you understand? They must give us the best. So that's why we are expecting the best this period.
Stop them. Because they are afraid of coming out and then they are being beaten or something. Most times the election in the country is not always outside free and fair election. So we do have some violence in some areas. So that's why some people are scared of. And then another thing is that people feel there's no point coming out to vote. That they have already nominated the person. They feel it's just speaking. There's no election. So that's why they feel there's no point coming out.
Things like this can make people not to go, like coming to the ATM, you don't see money to withdraw. So things like that can make people discouraged and they don't want to vote. Like since morning I left my house to the ATM to withdraw and I'm not able to get any cash. So I'm discouraged. I know that different individuals will also be discouraged. They may not want to vote.
Well, in fact, it is this time people are supposed to go out. They're supposed to think of the pain they are going through, to go and vote their conscience, to go and vote the leader they believe that will put at least sanity into the system of this country. You understand? So the pain, they should think of the pain and go out and vote.
Like I did say earlier on, we need to vote our mind out so that we make sure we choose a leader that will just take us from this dry land. They are sick and tired of it. So it's high time we should just wake up from slumber and begin to participate in this election.
Meanwhile, vote trading has become a widespread practice in Nigeria, where democracy has struggled to be fully consolidated due to the country's complex political landscape and its enshrined corrupt political class. Vote selling is said to trap citizens in self-sabotaging relationships with political leaders.
Want to kill corruption in Nigeria. So by collecting that is corruption. So I want to vote my conscience that day. I will take in a few days' time. I will go and cast my vote. Anybody that is selling votes should know that that money they are giving you for that vote is not enough. That is not enough to sustain you for the next 8 years or 4 years, as the case may be. So if you're selling your votes, make sure you collect enough money or enough change that will be enough to sustain you till the end of that tenure, which is not even enough. So selling your vote is very bad. Nobody should sell votes. We should go out and vote wisely.
I only say they should desist from that. It's not a good act at all. You know, it's like selling out our country, selling out, yourself. And it will take you like another 4 or 8 years for you to recover from that. If you have your PVC, don't hesitate to go out and vote. Vote somebody of your choice. Don't allow anybody to use money or intimidate you and make you to go vote somebody you don't want.
It'll be free once the issue of influence of money is removed from it. I will vote my conscience and you vote your conscience.
They are hungry. They are looking for money, my sister. They are hungry. Forget all those things. I saw somebody wearing one party cloth, and I said, "Is this the person you are going to vote for?" He said, "No, but this one is camouflage. I'm just doing it."
I'm not going to condemn the people who sell their food, even though they may not call it selling per se. So there is poverty in the land. People are hungry. So it is not right. Somebody should follow his conscience, do whatever he or she thinks is right, not by manipulating the person with money.
I am not selling, never. Me, I can't use 10,000 naira and then at the end of the day I'll be suffering. No. This thing is about another 8 years of tenure, so I have to vote for the right person this time around. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I can't sell my vote, never. My advice to them is don't sell your vote this time around. Those women, they've been deceived. They'll carry 5 cups of rice. They'll come and give them. They'll vote bad government. At the end of the day now, we'll be under suffering for another 8 years. So they should not sell their vote.
The Supreme Court of Nigeria has adjourned judgment in the new Naira policy suit to March 3, 2023. Most residents had relied on the decision of the Apex Court to improve their standard of living and transportation to enable them vote, while others assured that, with or without transportation, they will exercise their franchise for a better Nigeria.
Trek and vote, my dear, I will trek. I don't care. I will trek to my polling unit and trek back home. But I don't have.
No, I'm not going to vote because I don't have money. Look at it. I even went to withdraw 1,000 naira to go and cook, but there is no money.
I'm going to vote this time around. I've never voted before. I just got my PVC. I don't care about the governorship election. Anybody can win, anybody. But I'm more concerned about the presidency. I want Nigeria for my children. I want a secured environment for them. So let us vote for somebody that will take us to the next level. But at least by now you should have gotten the money that will take you to that place and come back if you're really serious to vote. Looking at the economy of Nigeria right now, we need a change, and I can't sit back in my house and have the change I'm looking for. So I need to go and use my PVC and vote for change. I've never voted, but this is my first time. I'm very interested. I want to encourage Nigerians to go out and vote no matter the situation, because if you don't vote, it doesn't change anything.
Vote their conscience, because especially youths in this country, we are more than the older people, understand? So they should vote their conscience. They should vote the right leader, the competent leader, understand? And it's someone that will put sanity into the system of this country, because there's no system that is working in this country.
If they want to do free and fair election, people will vote their mind without money. Let them vote someone that they know that he can bring good things for us, someone that can rule the country peaceful.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Akwa Ibom State has commenced the disbursement of electoral materials to the 31 local government areas of the state. The head of Voter Education and Publicity (INEC) Akwa Ibom State, Odaro Asin, said necessary measures had been put in place towards ensuring a hinge-free election.
The distribution of materials in question is ongoing right now. Very sensitive materials. Yeah. Of course, the security cover for most of these materials. Thing has been done to foreclose, violence, anything security related. So everything is everything has been done to prevent, and everything is in place to contain any of these things in case they happen. We've done everything we've done to make sure it doesn't happen, to foreclose it. But if it happens, we have the means by which to contain it. All arrangements which would ensure that all our logistical arrangements, proceed smoothly. So we may need some cash, for instance, from them. We have similar arrangements with the NNPC to ensure that there's enough fuel for our vehicles.
INEC, through the head of voter education, Odaro Asin, has also disclosed that the total number of voters in Akwa Ibom State is 2.35 million as against 2.13 million before the continuous voter registration. According to him, 319,000 permanent voter cards, PVC, have been collected as against 520,000 PVCs sent to the Commission, while uncollected voter cards stands at 200,000 in the state.
Total number of voters in the state now is about 2.35 million. That's up from about 2.12 million before the last CVR was taken. After the CVR, just over 520,000 PVCs came into Akwa Ibom State, of which about 318,000 have been collected. Indeed, I would say just under 319,000 have been collected out of 520,000. So the collection rate has been decent. Also, we have a balance of about 200,000 PVCs that are collected. But some of these people are dead. Some have emigrated out of the country. So Akwa Ibomites will come out in droves and vote. We hope for a very high voter turnout. Also, avoid election violence, avoid vote buying, avoid the buying and selling of PVCs and so on. And I'll say to the youths in particular, because they make up about 70% of the new registrants. So the youths are in a position to actually determine who holds which elective office. They've got the demographic power to determine who gets to virtually all of the elective offices.
The Presidential and National Assembly election will be held in Nigeria on Saturday, February 25th, while the State House of Assembly, alongside gubernatorial election, will commence on March 11th. Residents of Akwa Ibom State and Nigerians have been charged to move out in their numbers and exercise their franchise, avoiding vote selling and buying. I am Esther Otoyo. Enjoy the rest of our programs on Spectrum TV.
The countdown is on as Nigeria decides who becomes its next president. The 2023 elections is upon us and the stage is set. At Spectrum TV, we have just one job: to keep you professionally and effectively informed round the clock as Nigeria decides. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio opens Friday, 24th February, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. and on the D-Day, Saturday, 25th February, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as well as on Sunday, 26th February, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join the conversation on our phone lines on 0704 541 7707 090 222 31011 and 0813 775 8639, as well as on all our social media platforms. Spectrum TV Nigeria Decides Studio. As always, join the conversation and watch us broaden your horizon.
Topical issues affecting the common Nigerian.
Spectrum TV, broadening your horizon.
Arrival of PDP candidate for the governorship of Akwa Ibom State.
We are right here at voting 1 Ward 2. So far, so good. The election has been going very fine. You can see everybody's actually here in the mind of making a change. I think it's the right thing to be done. That's how you show your loyalty. But if you really desire the change, I think it starts with you voting, not just saying it on social media, but doing the practice and coming out to exercise your right.
Open the gate. You say so far, everything has been peaceful.
Everybody here is in all that because of the and so they are here patiently waiting to have the time.
Thank you.
Everything is going on well. People are calm and carrying out their civic responsibility. So I'm happy at what I'm seeing here. I may not be able to speak for every other place.
So would you comment on what you see achieving? That's why they
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us your name.
My name is Solomon Henry.
Okay. Please tell us the situation of voting in this polling unit.
Okay.
And the name of the polling unit.
Okay. The situation in this polling unit. This polling unit. It's initially was Unit 8 before the addition of extra 8 units in the 12 units we have in Ward 7 currently.
Okay.
And INEC added extra 8 units, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And this unit used to be primary school, Ikoro Biaidem, whereas this is Ikoridem. By faith, we accepted it. Now, INEC had added more 8 units and had given us this unit as Methodist Primary School, which is here. That's the Methodist school, the Methodist church, and this is the Methodist school. Methodist Primary School, Ikoridem. And we are now saying, thank you for giving us Methodist Primary School, Ikoridem, Unit 17. Take back your Ikorobiaidem, because that is a misappropriation of the nomenclature of the village. INEC had dropped the materials for Unit 17, meant for this unit in Ikorobiaidem, and now brought Ikorobiaidem to Ikoridem. And we, the voters, said no. Personally, for me and some of the people I did online transfer for, I opened the portal. The portal says Akwa Ibom State. You go to the next local government, you go to the next ward, and it says Ward 7, and I hit on the button Ward 7. It brings out about 20 units. I'm from Ikoridem. If I'm moving my unit from somewhere else to my place, to my village, which is Ikoridem, and I see Ikoridem and I see Ikorobiaidem, for God's sake, I will simply hit on the button Ikoridem. And that is what is on my voter's card. You now brought Ikorobiaidem to Ikoridem, and the voter said, we said no. We said no. Bring the voters, the machine, the beavers.
Right now,
the situation on things right now is that the INEC SPO, whom they sent to come and intervene, had reasoned with us that this is Ikoridem, and most of the people who did online transfer saw Ikoridem on the platform and hit on the Ikoridem buttons, and this is where it landed. So coming down to ask me to go to another village to go and vote, we have a mammoth crowd of voters here.
Okay.
We can't do that.
So are they going to bring election materials here, or?
I hope they will bring it.
Oh.
I hope they will bring it.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Use your iPhone. Your iPhone is even better safe to use. Okay, like your phone snap. Are you videoing?
Yes.
Go and interview chairman.
How is the Beavers accreditation? How is it going? And how is the environment for you today?
Well, it's very, very different from previous elections here. It's very smooth. You come in here. I actually did not find my voter's card, but I had to go to the website of INEC and print out my thing, and then come here. I was identified with my fingerprint, and I got in there, I voted, and came out. It's not what it used to be, that there used to be so much fight, so much aggression. No, all of this is people stand on the line, and they don't mind. They stand on the line, and they voted. They've created more units in my area. So from that unit, they took out some people. They used to be so crowded here and put in those new units. So it came out really good. And I'm happy that I've been able to come in here and vote.
So is the Beaver, is he responding?
Yeah, it's responding. I didn't have any problem. As a matter of fact, I just put in there, and it took maybe, I've seen one lady that it took maybe like 60 seconds or so before finally she got it. But immediately I put mine, it went through. Maybe because they cleaned my fingers off or something.
But I hope everything here is very peaceful. There's no
very, very peaceful. As you see, we don't have too many people, and there's nothing like people don't even bring drinks or anything. They have enough space to sit and wait. And a lot of people that have voted, I think they're just sitting down there to wait so that they'll do the count and see the result. Then they'll go back home. It's a very peaceful. If there's anything that we need to give Buhari credit, it's this. It will go down in history that it has changed the electoral process in Nigeria.
All right, sir. Everybody, go to the look at them. Look at. Hey, the man, over. What's the whole situation about this thing and how the voting is going, and then the Beavers, how is it working here?
Well, I think I've been standing outside. I don't think the Beavers has any issue. At least the agents who would have notified us. It's been peaceful here. This is a community because we told ourselves that it is family and community first before party interest. So everything is running very smoothly. The only challenge we have here is the fact that, you know, INEC did not display our voters register here when it was meant to be displayed. And so today many persons came here and realized that they are not in the list. So many persons have been very angry. They've run around about 2 closed units here and they've not found their names and they have gone back. So this is the challenge we have here, that many persons, you know, our list was not displayed for people to see. Beyond that, it's going well, and we are waiting the result of the voting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is St. Paul Lutheran Primary School at Ikoti-Biok in Eken local government area. As you can see, the election materials are in place and the crowd are just maintaining themselves, coordinating. There is no problem. Everything is just going on well.
Is a regular.
I have 2 lines. I know people we can get the shape there. You were the one that did that. Most of our text is not affecting your card. You just close on one side. Another card, please.
Okay, so we are in the Okana Independent Hospital where we have the APC senatorial candidate arriving and with his wife to be accredited and start the process. And we are here. Almost everybody here has started my back. The beautiful thing is that the candidate is online. They use the power, to cross the line, with the camera. It's online, being the most beautiful thing you can ever imagine. You know, this is Tika Omar reporting for Spectrum TV. Thank you.
Okay, this is Ukana West, Ward 2, Unit 009. I am here to see the attitude of voters. As you can see, on the queue is the candidate of APC Senatorial Ikot Senatorial District, Senator Godswill Akpabio, exhibiting humility, exhibiting meekness, exhibiting leadership. People have tried to get him to at the front to vote, but he has refused.
Good afternoon. So this is still Uyai, and I'm still in Central Uran, that's in Idu Uran. Units 1, 2, and 14 is where I've been covering since morning. And there's been, a couple of discrepancies happening. Allegations of ballots being incomplete in this particular center. Initially, the elections were going to be stalled, but the party agents had communication with the INEC officials here, and later on the processes began, and for over 1 hour now voting has been going on in this center. We also see the citizens of the area have come out, and the process has been relatively peaceful for the last couple of for like the past 1 hour. So, but in terms of discrepancies, we just had an argument around ballot papers not being complete, but there's some explanations as to the fact that people had been divided into smaller units, hence not having like former citizens came with the notion of we used to be 2,000 in our units, but then INEC has broken up those large units into smaller chunks just to be able to fast track the election at this time. And upon confirmation, we heard that about 700 plus ballot papers were given across different polling units to be able to handle the elections at this time. Now, some other thing we also noticed was that on the ballot papers, we have the initials of other political parties clearly stated, some with their names, but on notice we also found out that that of the Labour Party had just their logo without the LP written on it. So the big question here is that a fault of INEC, or is that just how the Labour Party had given for their party logo to be carried on the ballot at this time? But at this time we can say that elections are proceeding peacefully in Uran Central. The numbers are on the high, and it's a great thing happening here today. It's a great time to be alive in Nigeria. I'll just head back now to everyone on Nigeria Decides at Spectrum Television. I'm Uyai Aniek, and thanks for watching. So as of 12 o'clock in some areas of Uran Central, voting has already been completed. This is one of the units in Uran Central, and as we can see, the whole voting process has already been completed, and everything is peaceful. in this area. We are waiting time for counting right now. Voting here has been completed. Of course, still reporting live from Iran Central.
Beauty.
Don't collect that. No.
Level of sensitive material and non-sensitive material at basic low 3. Live at non-Udo basic low standard of Nigeria of Ogun State. Reporting live. Preparation for the ongoing national election. As you can see, the officials are all prepared. Everybody is set for the election. Yes, we are ready for election. These are an arrival of sensitive material that is moving, so all the electorates are set. Here is the rack center at Ibesikbo Asutan. The core members, which are the officials for the elections, are ready, and everybody is ready for elections. So these are the arrival of the materials. The officials are set to dispatch all the materials to their different polling units. The distribution process is going on right now. Here at the RAP Center in Ibesikbo Asutan.
Here in Ikorekuritam, Ward 5, the election processes are going on step by step, going on well, as you can see, properly coordinated, no disorderliness. The voters are doing their own, voting every step by the way, and it's quite positive. The coordination is quite well here. There's a long queue outside and they're patiently waiting, hoping to cast their vote for their preferred candidate. So they're coming inside, 3 people per time. 3 people per time to cast their vote. And it's quite orderly here.
People should enter now. What's happening? You can lap yourself because let's just let everybody enter.
Okay, so we are currently here in Okobo local government area where the INEC officials are loading up and dispatching to their different destinations. We've already stopped by one ward, although the INEC officials are there, but they were yet to kickstart voting in St. Teresa's Primary School, aka Okobo. Okay, we are currently here in Okobo, where the INEC officials are just loading up, trying to dispatch to the respective areas. As you can see, they're all just moving out one after the other to dispatch to their respective locations.
You sit down.
It's okay.
Okay.
Come back.
All right, the time is 11:10 a.m. This is Nowodokpan Village Square, Ibesikpo, Ward 1 polling unit. As you can see, a lot of voters have come out to vote. Accreditation and voting will be going on together simultaneously. The INEC officials assured us that in the next 1 hour, we are going to be done and through. There is a lot of security personnel here to ensure that there is peace. And from the looks of things so far, the voters are at peace, everyone with smiling faces. There is no violence here. Nongudokpan, Village Square, Ibesiko Ward 1 polling unit. This is Jemima Josam reporting for Spectrum TV. So this is our polling unit. Nongudokpan, Village Square for Ibesiko. The time is 9:14. No INEC official is here yet. The place is still very much empty. We have a few voters sitting around waiting for the INEC officials to arrive. You can see the neighborhood is still very, very quiet and less crowded. Nongudokpan, Village Square for Ibesiko voters.
You know, jangan fi ubo kama na ya piga nye now. Iya.
I might check PVC info. They could tell you are due for voting here. You now proceed immediately for voting. But another issue, but this is very important. Ama will feel but no yam get down. Who Ama will feel who yap, whether will feel party who yap no one go cross line out. But a brother, my brother, then no Ama de form. Thank you very much.
No, he has not. I said it's been.
What are you doing? Don't teach us that one now. That's everybody. What? What's the challenge?
Let me start by my name.
My name is Senate Gabriel Michael from Totong. I'm from Ward 1, Medium, about local government. And this very ward that I'm standing by now is 0016. Then the materials, they have brought it down here, and the process is okay. With very tight security. There's no problem over here. Okay. They are accredited and conducting an election now. There's no problem.
Okay, they are doing the accreditation now.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's no problem.
Thank you very much. At what time?
Everything is okay.
All right. At what time did the materials arrive here?
It was around 8 o'clock. It was here.
Okay.
So they are doing the accreditation now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Emmanuel Sevio Aiden.
Okay.
I'm from here, and this is my unit.
What's each unit and the what?
This is unit 004. Ikorikbe, the middle war 1.
Okay.
Accreditation started about 8:30 as instructed, and I had to investigate the Viva system. We had 0 before they started counting. So election is going on fine here.
Okay.
Yes, there's no problem.
At what time they started voting proper?
It was merely, we want to try and save time. Merely, you are accredited, you go and collect your ballot paper and start voting.
Okay.
So that we can save time, because they said we close by 2:30.
All right.
Yes.
That's good.
We want to make use of the time.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Uran Central, which is made up of Iduran. INEC arrived here at about 8:30 and began to set up their instrument for the voting this morning. As we can see, people have begun to turn out en masse and check out their names on the list pasted on the walls. In the next couple of hours, we believe that the verifications are going to start in earnest. But this is what the grounds in Uran Central, one of the polling units. This is units 1 and 2. This is units 1 and 2 in Uran Central, that's Iduran of Uran local government area. Arrivals by INEC 8:30. Lists are being put up on the wall. People are clarifying that they are in the appropriate unit to carry out their votes. This is INEC from Spectrum Television. Standing right in front of a newly created unit in Uran Central at this time. This is Unit 14, added to the same polling environment for Units 1 and 2. And report says this unit was newly created. Now, one of the irregularities we've observed here is that some people who their cards read Unit 1 or 2 have come and they're checking for their names on the list and cannot find their names. At this time, there has been no central address by INEC officials to tell what such people are going to be able to do. So we're seeing an irregularity of people being moved around in their voting units without any prior information given to them by INEC or the like. So we have a lot of people here that are concerned that they cannot find their names in the register that is being pasted. A lot of people cannot find their names and are concerned. PVC at hand. They are in the right polling units, as it were. A card can be reading Unit 1 or 2 and they check the register and have not yet seen their names. So these are some of the irregularities we are seeing at the moment here, and this is about 12 minutes past 9 o'clock in Uran Central. This is still Anekan from Spectrum Television. Now what you they see here they stop now.
Okay, Spectrum TV. No wahala, na license.
So this is like an offshoot of people not being able to find their names on the list. There's a number of people who can account for their names on the list at this time, and there seems to be an uproar breaking out in this particular unit 1 and 2 in Oran Central. That's the problem that they're currently seeing here.
Yeah, this is what 7 Unit 11 in Oku. The material just arrived. And they're waiting for next information from the officers. What? The voters are checking their name on the voters register, awaiting next instruction from the officers. Reporting Ubong Equator from Planet Radio. Here in Ikorokworitam, Ward 5, the election processes are going on step by step, going on well. You can see, properly coordinated, no disorderliness. The voters are doing their own, voting every step by the way, and in fact, possibly the coordination is quite well here. And there's a long queue outside, and they're patiently waiting, hoping to cast their vote for their preferred candidate. So they're coming inside, 3 people per time. 3 people per time to cast their vote. And it's quite orderly here.
Do you tick? Am I not smart?
Very well.
I'm get some.
Don't collect that.
No.
Arrival of sensitive material and non-sensitive material at Ibesiku Ward 3. Live at Unom Udo Ibesiku Standora of Nigeria, Ogun State. Reporting live. Preparation for the ongoing national election. As you can see, the officials are all prepared. Everybody is set for the election. Yes, we are ready for election. These are an arrival of sensitive material that is moving to all the electorates are set. Here is the rack center at Ibesiku Asutan. The core members, which are the officials for the elections, are ready, and everybody is ready for elections. So these are the arrival of the materials. The officials are set to dispatch all the materials to their different polling units. The distribution process is going on right now here at the RAF Center in Ibesiku Asutan.
Here in Ikoroipoitam, Ward 5, the election processes are going on step by step, going on well, efficiently, properly coordinated, no disorderliness. The voters are doing their own, voting every step by the way, and it's quite positive. The coordination is quite well here, and there's a long queue outside, and they're patiently waiting, hoping to cast their vote for their preferred candidate. So they're coming inside, 3 people per time. 3 people per time to cast their vote, and it's quite orderly here.
People should enter now. What's happening? You can lap yourself because let's just say everybody enter.
Okay, so we are currently here in Okobo local government area where the INEC officials are loading up and dispatching to their different destinations. We've already stopped by one ward, although the INEC officials are there, but they were yet to kickstart voting in St. Teresa's Primary School, aka Okobo. Okay, we are currently here in Okobo, where the INEC officials are just loading up, trying to dispatch to the respective areas. As you can see, they're all just moving out one after the other to dispatch to their respective locations.
You sit down.
It's okay.
Come back to me.
All right, the time is 11:10 a.m. This is Nongudokpan Village Square, Ibesikpo, Ward 1 polling unit. As you can see, a lot of voters have come out to vote. Accreditation and voting will be going on together simultaneously. The INEC officials assured us that in the next 1 hour, we are going to be done and through. There is a lot of security personnel here to ensure that there is peace. And from the looks of things so far, the voters are at peace, everyone with smiling faces. There is no violence here. Nongudokpan Village Square, Ibesikpo Ward 1 polling unit. This is Jemima Josam reporting for Spectrum TV. So this is our polling unit, Nongudokpan Village Square for Ibesikpo. The time is 9:14. No INEC official is here yet. The place is still very much empty. We have a few voters sitting around waiting for the INEC officials to arrive. You can see the neighborhood is still very, very quiet and less crowded. Nongudokpan Village Square for Ibesikpo voters.
nya sama me ngwan di na you know jangan nya fi ko ma na ye pi ge na iya
Now, say my check PVC info. They could tell you are due for voting here. You now proceed immediately for voting. But another issue. But this is very important. Ama will feel but no yam get down. Who ama will feel who yap whether will feel party who yap no one cross line out. But a brother was then done. No, ama de form. Thank you very much.
No, he has not achieved. I said the thing is considered for authentication.
What are you doing? Just teach us that one now. That's everybody. What? What's the challenge?
Understand my name? My name is Senator Gabriel Michael, okay, from Totong. I'm from Ward 1, Meeting, about local government. And this very ward that I'm standing by now is 0016. Then the materials that brought it down here and the process is okay. With very tight security. There's no problem over here. Okay. They are accredited and conducting an election now. There's no problem.
Okay, they are doing the accreditation now.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's no problem.
Thank you very much. At what time?
Everything is okay.
All right. At what time did the materials arrive here?
It was around 8 o'clock. It was here.
Okay.
They are doing the accreditation now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Emmanuel Sevio Edion.
Okay.
I'm from here and this is my unit.
What's each unit and what?
This is unit 004. Ikorikbe, Middle War 1.
Okay.
Accreditation started about 8:30 as instructed, and I had to investigate the Beaver system. We had 0 before they started counting. So election is going on fine here.
Okay.
Yes, there's no problem.
At what time they started voting proper?
It was nearly, we want to try and save time. Nearly, you are accredited, you go and collect your ballot paper and start voting.
Okay.
So that we can save time because they said we close by 2:30.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Well done. To make use of the time.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Uran Central, which is made up of Iduran. INEC arrived here at about 8:30 and began to set up their instrument for the voting this morning. As we can see, people have begun to turn out en masse and check out their names on the list pasted on the walls. In the next couple of hours, here, a couple of hours. We believe that the verifications are going to start in earnest. But this is what the grounds in Oran Central, one of the polling units. This is units 1 and 2. This is units 1 and 2 in Oran Central, that's Iduran of Oran local government area. Arrivals by INEC 8:30. Lists are being put up on the wall. People are clarifying that they are in the appropriate unit to carry out their votes. This is INEC from Spectrum Television. Standing right in front of a newly created unit in Oran Central at this time. This is Unit 14, added to the same polling environment for Units 1 and 2. And report says this unit was newly created. Now, one of the irregularities we've observed here is that some people who their cards read Unit 1 or 2 have come and they're checking for their names on the list and cannot find their names. At this time, there has been no central address by INEC officials to tell what such people are going to be able to do. So we're seeing an irregularity of people being moved around in their voting units without any prior information given to them by INEC or the like. So we have a lot of people here that are concerned that they cannot find their names in the register that is being pasted. A lot of people cannot find their names and are concerned. PVC at hand. They are in the right polling units, as it were. A card can be reading Unit 1 or 2 and they check the register and have not yet seen their names. So these are some of the irregularities we are seeing at the moment here, and this is about 12 minutes past 9 o'clock in Oran Central. This is still American from Spectrum Television. Now what you they see here, they stop now.
Okay, Spectrum TV. No license.
So this is like an offshoot of people not being able to find their names on the list. There's a number of people who can account for their names on the list at this time, and there seems to be an uproar breaking out in this particular unit 1 and 2 in Oran Central. That's the problem that we're currently seeing here.
Yeah, this is Ward 7, Unit 11 in Oku. The material just arrived. And they're waiting for next information from the officers. The voters are checking their name on the voters register, awaiting next instruction from the officers. Reporting Ubong Equated from Planet Radio. Here in Ikoroipobitam, Ward 5, the election processes are going on step by step, going on well, recently, properly coordinated, no disorderliness, The voters are doing their own, voting every step, by the way, and it's quite positive. The coordination is quite well here. And there's a long queue outside, and they're patiently waiting, hoping to cast their vote for their preferred candidate. So they're coming inside, 3 people per time. 3 people per time to cast their vote. And it's quite orderly here.
All of sensitive material and non-sensitive material are placed in Ward 3.
Okay, we are currently here in Okobo, where the INEC officials are just loading up, trying to dispatch to the respective areas. As you can see, they're all just moving out one after the other to dispatch to their respective locations.
Let me speak first based on my unit experience and hoping that very soon I'll start getting feedback from across the country, being the chairman of the Presidential Campaign Council of my party. I think with what I'm seeing here, I'm impressed that the BVAS is working good. Even when they snap the features on my face, you could see the BVAS was able to authenticate the genuineness of the PVC I submitted, and all the features all matched. So I think that's something that I really appreciated, and I requested to see that it's been authenticated, and that went perfect. One thing I also need to appreciate, the orderliness I'm seeing here. It's really impressive. You can see the way people are queuing, and the turnout is very good in this unit. But I don't want to use only one unit to judge the entire exercise. You give me some time. In the next 3-4 hours, should be able to speak more on how the exercise had gone in Akwa Ibom State. But so far, so good. I just love the peaceful atmosphere, the orderliness I've seen in my unit and in my ward. I expect this to go across the whole state because we've done a whole lot of enlightenment and we've spoken to our people that they must come out today and vote en masse. Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You sit down.
It's okay.
Come back to me.
Understand my name? My name is Sinete Gabriel Michael, okay, from Totong. I'm from Ward 1, Medium, Local Government.